Hey, great day, everyone. This is Carlos, aka CJ. I want to welcome you to a Gadfly multi-stream simulcast. So we're very excited to be delivering a simulcast in conjunction with the Schiller Institute. You can find all their amazing work at theschillerinstitute.com and also LaRouchePack, LaRouchePack.com, and they've been very instrumental at really trying to advocate for a summit to come together of the top superpowers, India, China, Russia, and the United States, just in part to really avoid some of the escalation that's occurring around the globe in terms of military conflict. And we're at a point now where the new paradigm is switching over, and it's just so important in terms of what's changing in history, and just so much appreciate the work that the Schiller Institute does, as well as LaRouchePack. So you're watching this via the Gadfly multi-channel network. Please make sure to bookmark it. The gadfly.vhx.tv is a multi-channel network where we feature the works of the contributors, which is Jim Willey. His work is the golden-jackass.com. We also have London Paul of the Sears Report and Ken Shortgun Jr. of Shotgun Economics. We brought this platform together primarily to really avoid some of the censorship that's occurring on YouTube, and at the same time built a multi-channel network, avoiding so much of the conspiracy stuff, more of the factual, whether it's economics, politics, geopolitics. So thank you for tuning in. Don't forget, you can also like us over on Twitter, follow our work, and that's at thegadfly.mcn. And we also have a Facebook page that you can check out there as well. So this program is getting ready to start. Super excited for it to be launched, and we'll sit here for just a few minutes and wait for this to kick off. And it's just right now it's just a very interesting time to be witnessing this as we're going through this shift, and as it relates to the world economic reset that we are currently that's currently underway. And it's just again, the support for the Schiller Institute. You can also support their work that they're doing. Helda Zepp LaRouche and her husband, the late Lyndon LaRouche, in terms of some of the work that they're doing to really forge ahead as far as humanity and bring the world powers together to avoid some of the things that are happening, whether it's the South China Sea or the Baltics. There's been these little incursions in terms of, hey, you guys are flying really close, and or ships colliding, and it only takes just a minor thing to happen, and hopefully peaceful minds can prevail. And why this is important is because we are moving into a multi-polar world where we need, all things considered, global trade, and the idea that we can come together as far as a people and countries and work to find solutions to help people. It's just so important right now, especially as we're paused and we're managing and we're cycling the COVID, and as we're wrapping that up, and hopefully we'll move through that soon. What does that next economic chapter look like? What is the forecast for the shift away from dollar dominance into multi-currencies? And if we take a look what's occurring here in the United States, we see the financial struggles that are unraveling, where we have a Federal Reserve that's just printing endless debt, funding all these corporations, and at the same time, the middle class is being, for the most part, decimated, and including small business, which is just so upsetting, because the lifeline of the U.S. economy has always been small business. It's truly being destroyed right now. So there's lots of concerns that are happening. And while here in the United States, sometimes we get so fixated on partisan politics, globally, things are occurring as well. And by having the distractions that are occurring, it's really keeping from people hearing conversations like you're going to hear today in regards to the economic shift that's occurring. And I really support the work of the Schiller Institute. This is an international conference. They bringing together some great minds, a great agenda the next couple of days in terms of some of the panels and some of the discussions that we will be having. And it is important for right now to have a meeting of the superpowers. The P-5 is what it's being referred to. To have this summit, to come together to discuss, things moving forward for the next 20, 25, 30 years. The argument that I've been making the past several weeks is that we don't want to leave this for future generations. I think it's up for us to determine that next course and decide ultimately what needs to be done to fix the situations that are happening, not only here in the US, but in terms of globally. So this is going to be starting here real soon. And so we'll just be paused for just one moment until this begins. I want to thank you for tuning in. Again, this is a simulcast of the Schiller Institute International Conference. You can go over to the Schiller Institute and find the agenda for the next 2 days. It's called the International Online Conference, and it runs September 5th through the 6th. And it's the War Drive Towards Armageddon, or a new paradigm united by the common aims of mankind. So this is a huge discussion, and you're not going to hear the left-right paradigm that we get so fixated on, here in the United States, which, to me, again, it's just a real distraction, ultimately, of what's happening. And hopefully we can bring these countries together to speak about what is happening and to avoid a potential World War III, which is a possibility. If you take a look, just again, as we've stated, numerous things that have occurred in the South China Sea, the Baltics. There's lots of things to be concerned with. So hopefully the administrations, hopefully foreign leaders are listening to this international online conference, and we can bring the world powers together to have this discussion, and so we can avoid any type of escalation that occur and move forward as far as humanity. So this will begin in just a moment. I want to thank you again for tuning in. This is Carlos, aka CJ, and this will begin in just a moment. So thank you for tuning in.
Hello. I'd like to welcome you today to the Schiller Institute Conference, War Drive Towards Armageddon, or a New Paradigm Among Sovereign Nations United by the Common Aims of Mankind. We have an audience that's assembled from all over the world, and we'll be doing translation into several languages. And on behalf of the founder of the Schiller Institute, Helga Sepp-LaRouche, with whom you will be dialoguing momentarily, we just want to welcome everybody that's been able to join us today on this virtual conference. We're doing something a little bit unusual today. We want to dedicate this conference to two founding members of the Schiller Institute who recently passed away, Ted Andromedis and Phil Rubenstein. We realize that many people would not know them, but I want to say a few words. Ted Andromedis is an American of Greek extraction. He came from that highly charged intellectual atmosphere and Platonic enclave known as Queens, New York. He loved ideas, he loved culture, and he was one of the earliest founding members of the Schiller Institute. Phil Rubenstein, who came from Baltimore, Maryland, and was a close friend of mine, loved science and he loved philosophy. And these two individuals, earlier than the founding of the Schiller Institute, gave their lives, almost entire adult lives, in fact, to a cause that we are going to be discussing in great detail today. So I want to simply refer right now to something that Franklin Roosevelt said in 1936. This was his second term in office. He was beginning his second term in office. He actually hadn't quite begun it. He was running for office. But he had effectively been able to lead a fight to defeat the Great Depression. And he said this in Philadelphia. He said, "It has been brought home to us that the only effective guide for the safety of this most worldly of worlds, the greatest guide of all, is moral principle. We do not see faith, hope, and charity as unattainable ideals, but we use them as stout support of a nation fighting the fight for freedom in a modern civilization. We seek not merely to make government a mechanical implement, but to give it the vibrant personal character that is the very embodiment of human charity. These two men sought to do this. We know that many that are joining us today, even perhaps most of the people joining us today, have perhaps recently lost loved ones and precious people in the past months in particular, of course, because of the pandemic, but for all sorts of reasons. This conference is also dedicated to them. It's dedicated also to the veterans of the Great War of 1937 to 1945, sometimes called World War II, the war that began in China, spread throughout Europe and Asia, and finally throughout the entire world, ending on September 2nd, 1945. Others sought to extend that war after that date in a new form, a nuclear form. And in part, we are convened here today to ensure that such a Holocaust does not occur. But the issue for us is, by what means do we avoid that kind of destruction, which has happened, particularly in the last century, so often? By what means and to what purpose could we look at the history, our past, in order to have a conception of how to make our future determine our present? Friedrich Schiller, the poet and historian after whom this organization was named and founded, was not only a poet, but a professor of history, and he delivered a lecture that asked that question: for what purpose do we study universal history? Americans in particular are in great and desperate need of precisely such an education. But it, of course, is the case that all people all over the world benefit from that. And to start us today, we want to begin with a clip from Lyndon LaRouche. Lyndon LaRouche, who also passed away recently in February 12th to be exact, of 2019, and was also a founder of this organization and one of the greatest economists in the world. So we're going to hear something that he delivered at a Schiller Institute conference exactly 20 years ago on Labor Day.
The British Empire, the British monarchy, was created by a rentier financier interest, which consolidated its power over the English monarchy with the accession of George I as first king of the United Kingdom of Great Britain. From that time on, the establishment of an independent republic in North America became the central interest and cause of all of the patriotic, Republican-minded people in Europe. As a result of this, European forces in France, especially France, in Germany, Italy, England, and so forth, united to help make the United States independence a success. The United States became an independent republic only because of European direction and support for this cause. The intent of the Europeans up until the French Revolution, and even at the beginning of the French Revolution, was that France would become the second nation state, modeled as a state upon the policies of the United States as expressed by the Declaration of Independence and the Federal Constitution. The Jacobin Terror of 1789, that is from the 14th of July, 1789, until the beheading of Robespierre and Saint-Just 5 years later. The Jacobin Terror demoralized Europe and isolated the United States, which no longer had friends in Europe, or these significant nation state friends. And thus, the United States was isolated. The United States recovered from this isolation with the victory of the United States under the leadership of Abraham Lincoln over a British puppet, the Confederacy, an institution which, like the French Jacobin Terror, had been orchestrated from London. Specifically, in the case of the Jacobin Terror, the Jacobin Terror was organized in France on the direction of the first head of the British Foreign Office's Secret Intelligence Service, the Secret Committee, by Jeremy Bentham. And all of the leaders of the 5 years of the French Terror, the Jacobin Terror in France, were operating under the personal direction of the head of the British Foreign Office Intelligence Service, Jeremy Bentham. The purpose was to destroy the chief ally of the United States, France at that time, to prevent it from coming back as what it had been before, and so forth. Once, after the War of 1812, the chief effort was to destroy the United States from within. To this purpose, traitors in the United States, centered in Wall Street and similar locations, organized what became known as the Confederate conspiracy. You had President Andy Jackson, who was a traitor. So was President Polk, a traitor. Both great these were the founders of the Democratic Party. Martin Van Buren was the puppet master in charge of the traitor Andy Jackson. Polk was a British agent. President Pierce, another good Democrat, was a British agent. President Buchanan was a British agent. These were the people who, with Polk's initiative, organized and prepared the military conspiracy, which became known as the Confederacy. The United States war against the Confederacy was a war to defend not only the United States, not only the Constitution, not only to eliminate the slavery institution. It was a war to defend upon this planet the right of a republic to exist, free of the domination of the British Empire and the British monarchy. That was the great world cause, the cause of all humanity, for which the greatest war ever fought by the United States, the Civil War, was fought, led by Lincoln. The defeat of the Confederacy was the defeat of the British Empire, a change in the strategic situation, and the bringing back to European civilization of the hope of a form of society free of control by the kind of oligarchy which then and now has been represented worldwide chiefly by the British monarchy and by the bankers, the financiers of the City of London, and by the British Empire. The British Empire always was and remains to this day the chief enemy of all civilization and of the United States in particular. So therefore, the power of the United States, achieved through the victory of Lincoln over the Confederacy and over the British, became the chief thing which the British were determined to eliminate, going first at the admirers of the United States by organizing what became World War I. The United States became a patsy, in that a tool and instrument of the British Empire in World War I. Franklin Roosevelt, changed that. Franklin Roosevelt was a patriot of a patriotic family tradition who moved to restore the United States step by step toward what it had become. Roosevelt became the indispensable ally of the British for its survival against Hitler, the Hitler the British put into power in the first place. But Roosevelt was the greatest threat to the British Empire once the war had been won. Unfortunately, at that point, he was dead. And Truman was a stooge. Because what was Roosevelt's policy? Why did the British wish to be rid of Roosevelt? Why did the British spend the past period since the death of Roosevelt trying, among other things, to destroy the United States the way we are half destroyed today? Why? What's the issue? What underlies this whole history leading up to this so-called Kursk incident near Brush with thermonuclear war which occurred on the period of October 12th through 13th, 14th. What's the problem? Point is, Roosevelt's policy was that once the war had ended, World War II, once the Nazis had been defeated, the policy of the United States was that the power of the United States would be to break up all relics of the Portuguese, Dutch, British, and French empires, and to cause to come standing in the place of the former victims of colonialism, of British imperialism, because all these empires were run by the British at that time. The Portuguese were stooges for the British. The Dutch were stooges for the British. The French were stooges for the British. Roosevelt was going to crush it all and use the power of the United States at the end of the war to bring this about. And where former colonies had existed, there were to be independent republics established. And the United States, as Roosevelt laid this out to Churchill at Casablanca, for the case of Africa, the United States would use its technology and power not only to bring about the freedom of the victims of British imperialism, but also to give these countries the means, the newly freed countries, the means to stand on their own feet economically with US cooperation in infrastructure and technology. In other words, what Roosevelt intended was that the former victims, or the victims of British imperialism, would have the same benefits which the United States brought to Western continental Europe, to Western Europe, with programs such as the original IMF, the original Bretton Woods Agreement, and with the Marshall Plan later. Therefore, that would mean the end of the British Empire, would have meant the end of the power of the London fakers and of the Wall Street gang as well, who are simply part of the allies of the British financier oligarchy. Would have been meant at the end of the British monarchy and everything it stood for. And a world consistent with the intentions of the founders of the United States as a republic, a world consistent with the intentions which Abraham Lincoln had led the nation in defeat of the Confederacy. Thus, the first thing to understand, if you're going to make sense of the modern world, of the past 3 centuries of history and longer, you have to understand that the fundamental issue since the Declaration of Independence in 1776, the fundamental strategic issue on this planet has been 2 policies. Policy of the British Empire against the policy embedded in the Declaration of Independence and in the federal Constitution, especially the preamble. That's the issue. Any other interpretation of history or major events is nonsense. And that's what people were going to have to learn.
Getting back to that American outlook toward the world, as just enunciated by Lyndon LaRouche, is a central part of the purpose of today's conference. In a real sense, we don't dedicate this conference to Lyndon LaRouche. Lyndon LaRouche, in fact, dedicates this conference to you. To begin today, our first panel, which is called Overcoming Geopolitics, Why a P-5 Summit is Urgently Needed Now. It's my honor to introduce Helga Sepp LaRouche, founder and president of the Schiller Institute.
I'm greeting you wherever you may be around the globe. And let me, in this very, very dangerous moment of history, tell you about the purpose of this conference. If humanity manages to overcome the present existing threat to our existence, this conference and the mobilization of the networks all over the world which are in contact with us must catalyze a crucial intervention to pull the world back from the cliff of the abyss. the abyss of nuclear war, and with that, and this is not an exaggeration, the possible annihilation of the human species. The purpose of this conference of the Schiller Institute is to propose concepts and solutions for this present unprecedented crisis. We have, like never before, a combination of an out-of-control pandemic, a famine, the greatest economic crisis since the end of World War II, a pending financial collapse, and most deadly, the danger of a new world war. And last, not least, a deep cultural crisis. Because of the enormity of these interconnected crises, there cannot be a solution to each of these problems separately, or just addressing a partial aspect. What is needed is a completely new paradigm, a solution on a higher level than that on which all of these crises erupted. We have to jump to a new level of thinking, something what Nicolaus of Cusa called the coincidentia oppositorum, the coincidence of opposites. Why are we at the brink of war? And why could this present confrontation become very quickly a new world war? The short answer is because the British Empire will rather risk the annihilation of the human species than allowing the empire to be replaced by a system of sovereign republics. Ever since President Trump won the election in 2016, to their surprise, there has been a relentless coup attempt instigated by MI6 in collusion with the intelligence apparatus of the Obama administration. Russiagate, about which we'll hear more from Bill Binney, a fraudulent impeachment effort, an ongoing insurrection by what Trump himself called the military-industrial complex and the deep state department, including violence in the street. Not only had Trump in 2016 promised that he would restore the relationship with Russia, against which the entire Russiagate was designed, but from the standpoint of the British Empire, his president was an accident which should never have been allowed to happen. Just consider what you just heard in the video clip from Lyndon LaRouche, which is still true today. The fundamental strategic issue today is that there are essentially two policies in fundamental opposition. One is that of the British Empire, and the other one is associated with the principle of the Declaration of Independence and the preamble of the Constitution. The entire history of the so-called Western world and beyond of the last 250 years has to be seen from that perspective of that fundamental conflict. The British Empire never reconciled with the loss of their most precious colony. They tried to win it back in the War of 1812, the Civil War, where Great Britain was openly allied with the Confederacy. And after they realized that they could not win America back militarily, they decided to subvert the American establishment to get them to adopt the model of the British Empire from the British Round Table and the Fabian Society to H.G. Wells and his open conspiracy, the teaching of William Yandell Elliott, the mentor of a whole stable of Anglophiles from Kissinger to Samuel Huntington to Zbigniew Brzezinski. With the administration of the Bushes and Obama, Clinton was at least aware of the problem. The British takeover of American politics had finally succeeded. The project of a new American century, PNAC, was the answer of that establishment to the collapse of the Soviet Union and was supposed to finally realize the utopia of Bertrand Russell for a world empire, a unipolar world where subsequently all resisting governments were to be eliminated through color revolution, regime change, interventionist wars, or outright assassinations, like in the case of Gaddafi. So here was Trump, who wanted to repair the relationship with Russia. end the endless wars, bring US troops back home. And in the beginning of his term, even spoke of his friendship with President Xi Jinping. There is also another expression of the same attempts to establish an unipolar world. Increasingly over last years and months, there has been an acceleration of geopolitical confrontation against Russia and China, aimed at isolating Russia, containing China, regime change against Presidents Putin and Xi Jinping, complete economic decoupling of Russia and China, and in complete defiance of the strategic realities to force the world back under the control of the unipolar, rules-based order run under the control of the Anglo-American special relationship. The latest aspect of this is the operation around the supposed poisoning of Navalny with the chemical nerve agent Novichok, famous from the Skripal case, which supposedly was documented by a special lab of the Bundeswehr in consultation with the British lab Portendown in Salisbury, which played a very strange role in the Skripal affair. Now, the scientists behind the development of Novichok, Leonid Rink and Vladimir Uglev, basically said if Novichok would have been used, Navalny would be dead. All the people in contact with him would have been contaminated. So it is completely ridiculous. If Putin wanted Navalny to be dead, why would he allow the plane to make a landing in Omsk? Why not use the time in the hospital there to kill him? Why not disallow the bringing him into Germany? A very dubious role in this was played by the Cinema for Peace Foundation, which paid a special team of doctors, hired a costly charter plane for several days. And if you look in the international committee of that foundation, you find Garry Kasparov, David de Rothschild, the Klitschko brothers, Joschka Fischer, and others. Now, Merkel, for some reason, moved this case immediately up to the level of the EU and NATO, and notorious hawks like Norbert Röttgen, like an angry, snarling dog, led off the chain, immediately demanded, now let's cancel Nord Stream 2. So if you look at the cui bono of this case, it's clearly not Putin. It's clearly on the side of those who want the economic decoupling of Russia and China. Decouple Russia and hit Germany at the same time. In the recent weeks, there was an acceleration of military flight incidents, turning almost into accidents, which are an expression of the heightened international tension. A few examples of many. A US fighter plane entered airspace in northern China when the PLA had a drill with live ammunition. The Chinese reacted by sending 2 missiles from 2 different locations into the South China Sea. Related to a NATO exercise, simultaneously in all NATO members, B-52 bombers flew over the Baltic Sea and were stopped or changed by a sharp intercept of 2 Russian Su-27 fighters. Also, there was the intercept of an RC-135 reconnaissance aircraft over the Black Sea. Also, a Russian MiG-31 fighter of the Northern Fleet was scrambled to intercept a Norwegian Air Force P-3C Orion maritime patrol plane over the Barents Sea. Russia reported a dozen such incidents in 1 month. Some of these intercepts were extremely at close range. If a human error would commit it could trigger immediately a major escalation. Now, people should reflect on the fact if world peace at this point depends on the flight skills of a pilot, we are in deep trouble. Remember, all of this is taking place where the enemy image of Russia and China is painted in ever more sinister colors every day, turning the reality of a color revolution and a Nazi coup instigated by Obama and Biden and Victoria Nuland against Ukraine upside down into a narrative of, quote, Russia changing the borders by force in Crimea, Putin poisoning his opponents, China being responsible for the spread of the coronavirus pandemic and the economic damage caused by the lockdowns, Chinese being behind riots in US cities. Where is all of this coming from? In September 2013, President Xi Jinping announced in Kazakhstan the new Silk Road policy, which would quickly become the largest infrastructure policy in history. The Schiller Institute immediately afterwards published a 360-page report, The New Silk Road Becomes the World Land Bridge, an update of our economic platform since 40 years, how to overcome poverty and underdevelopment in the developing countries. We were extremely excited because there was a great affinity between the policy of Xi Jinping and the life work of my late husband and our movement, who already in 1975 had proposed to replace the IMF with the International Development Bank. The idea to have a real development policy for the developing countries. LaRouche already in 1973 commissioned a biological task force to investigate how the IMF conditionalities, by lowering the living standard of entire generations over a long period of time, would invite the danger of the emergence of old and new diseases like the present pandemic. He developed the OASIS plan in 1975. We worked out a first Africa development plan in 76. We worked on a plan to develop Latin America with Lopez Portillo. In 82, a 40-year development plan to develop India. The Strategic Defense Initiative in 1983, which was a concept to overcome the military blocks of NATO and the Warsaw Pact, and to use the associated science driver for a gigantic technology transfer to the developing sector. Between the 88 productive triangle Paris, Berlin, Vienna, and in 91, the Eurasian Land Bridge, these were the many versions of the LaRouche recovery program, including his various US presidential campaign programs for the recovery of the United States. Lyndon LaRouche's conception of physical economy has the idea that the only source of wealth is the creativity of the individual, the discovery of new universal physical principles applied as scientific and technological progress in the productive process, leading to an increase of productivity of labor power and the productive capacities, which does require a continuous increase in population, a greater division of labor, an increase of the relative potential population density in correlation to higher and higher energy flux densities. Now, such a conception of the economy obviously pertains to the image of man. It sees mankind as the only so far known creative species in the universe. Human creativity as the most powerful geological force in an anti-entropic developing universe. It is that force which accelerates that development in an anti-entropical way. With Xi Jinping, new Silk Road, now the economic power of the second largest, strongest economy was in affinity with this idea to overcome the underdevelopment of the developing sector. Also, it was reconnecting the fight with the intention of FDR, what the old Bretton Woods system was become had Roosevelt not died at the wrong time. The idea that peace in the world at large is only possible if the living standard of all human beings is increased. This was the issue between Roosevelt and Churchill to make the American system available to the entire world versus the British colonial system for the defense and the privileges of the upper classes at the expense of the majority of the population, both the British subjects as well as those subjugated by the colonies. It was absolutely amazing. Soon developed the largest infrastructure program in history ever, with an enormous speed of development. Soon you had 6 major economic corridors, train connections, dams, bridges, industrial parks. At the beginning of 2017, there were more than 130 bilateral and regional transport agreements, 365 international road routes, 4,200 direct flights connecting China with 43 Belt and Road countries, 39 China-Europe freight train routes. In April 2017, there was the visit of Xi Jinping in Mar-a-Lago, and in May, the 2017 Belt and Road Forum, which I had the fortune to attend, and I could experience what had happened, how the world had changed, and was inspired by the spirit of the new Silk Road. What that spirit signified was the concrete perspective of the developing countries for the first time to overcome underdevelopment. There was the possibility to overcome geopolitics by putting a win-win cooperation among sovereign nation states on the table. China intending explicitly not to replace the US as a hegemon, but respect for the different social system of the other, non-interference in the internal affairs, a vision of the one humanity, and Xi Jinping's conception of a community for the shared future of humanity. In the meantime, there were repeated offers by China to open the Belt and Road Initiative to everybody, to have a win-win cooperation. To the United States, they repeatedly offered a concept of a great power relationship. There was never really an answer to that. In November 2017, Trump visited Beijing for what the Chinese called a State Visit Plus, offering a complete insight into the 5,000-year-old history of China. And President Trump at that point talked many times about my friend, President Xi Jinping. All of this happened, and there was as good as zero coverage in the mainstream media of the new Silk Road for over 4 years. But behind that wall of silence, the military-industrial complex was in total preparation for a complete geopolitical backlash. What evolved was a ferocious counterattack of forces of the forces of the British Empire, not to allow the, quote, post-World War II international order, i.e. the perpetuation of the colonial Malthusian control over the developing sector and its principles and rules of the road, that would be undermined by Russia and China by offering them access to industrial and scientific development, such as nuclear energy, infrastructure, or even leapfrog to the most advanced technologies by joining the Space Silk Road. In December 2017, there was the publication of the US National Security Strategy under the guidance of McMaster's, the National Security Advisor at that time, which for the first time in a very sharp way defined Russia and China as geopolitical rivals, saying China and Russia challenge American power, influence, and interest, attempting to erode American security and prosperity. They are determined to make economies less free and less fair, to grow their military and to control information and data, to repress their societies and expand their influence. The NSS doctrine demanded to rethink the policies of the previous 2 decades. This refers to accepting China in the WTO and the Fukuyama Declaration of the End of History, by thinking that integrating Russia and China into the Western institutions, that they would eventually adopt the liberal model of economics, the Western democracy. Instead, China developed a model much more close to the original American system, namely a highly dirigist policy with Chinese characteristics, but at the same time reviving the 5,000-year history of China. It was the assumption that, so the NSS doctrine, that their inclusion would turn them into benign actors and trustworthy partners. For the most part, this premise turned out to be false, they conclude. The offer of the BRI to developing countries and even those EU members whose economic development had been suppressed by the EU Commission, such as Eastern and the Southern European countries, to participate in the BRI project was regarded, quote, creating divisions among ourselves, our allies and partners. All of this would erode US advantages. Therefore, the task of the US would be to, quote, ensure that the US military superiority endures. Russia and China were seen as a much more severe threat to the US than global terrorism. They are, quote, developing advanced weapons and capabilities that could threaten our critical infrastructure and our command and control infrastructure. China and Russia are called revisionist powers, claiming that China would attempt to displace the US in the Indo-Pacific region, expand its reaches of its state-driven economic model, and reorder the region in its favor. And Russia, what a crime, seeks to restore its great power status after Yeltsin had successfully colluded with the Western oligarchy to turn the Soviet Union into a third world raw material producing and exporting country, and which had been incited by Obama as being just a regional power. Now, they accuse Russia of trying to re-establish spheres of influence near its borders because they wanted to expand NATO up to the borders of Russia. This was regarded a nuisance. In short, they are contesting our geopolitical advantages and are trying to change the international order in their favor. Therefore, the document concludes, the US and its allies must retain military overmatch, convince the adversary that we can and will defeat them, not just punish them if they attack the US. Only a month later, in January 19, 2018, the Pentagon announced the National Defense Strategy, a document which is still classified, this time under the leadership of Secretary of Defense James Mattis. It claims it is increasingly clear that China and Russia want to shape a world consistent with their authoritarian model, gaining veto authority over other nations' economic, diplomatic, and security decisions. The document stresses to build a military readiness for a more lethal joint force, prioritizing preparedness for war, deter aggression in 3 key regions, the Indo-Pacific, Europe, and the Middle East, modernizing key capabilities, including nuclear forces, warfighting capability in space, cyberspace, command and control, and intelligence systems, missile defense, etc. On February 2018 followed the Nuclear Posture Review, which continued the Obama administration nuclear modernization of all 3 legs of the triad, adding supplements which include the deployment of low-yield warheads, which they claim will not reduce the nuclear threshold, but everybody knows they do, but just assess it will raise that threshold, equip a small number of Trident submarines with such low-yield warheads, and also include a nuclear-armed sea-launched cruise missile. With the release of these doctrines, there was also a shift suddenly in all major transatlantic think tanks, which had ignored the BRI for 4 years. Now they all adopted the line that China is becoming the strategic rival. In February 2018, the German think tank Merix put out a study called Authoritarian Advance, in line with US think tanks, which pushed the line that China is an authoritarian country. The Silk Road is just a debt trap. The social credit system of China is just spying on its own population. And this has been escalated to the present potentiated McCarthyism against Chinese students, professors, media, and diplomats in the United States. 1 month later, on March 1st, President Putin announced a new nuclear weapon systems, the Avangard missile hypersonic vehicle complex, the Kinshal hypersonic cruise missile, a new intercontinental missile of 20 speeds of sound with excellent maneuverability, which therefore could outmaneuver all existing air defense and missile defense systems and render them obsolete, including a nuclear-powered cruise missile, fast drone, submarines, and laser weapons. So in the 2.5 years since, the Department of Defense has undergone a total reorganization according to the doctrines mentioned. They added an Ohio-class ballistic missile submarine, which now includes 1 or more missiles armed with low-yield W-76-3 warheads, nuclear-capable B-52 bombers flying within the range of Russian and Chinese air defenses. A U.S. Space Command was established and a U.S. Space Force created. The space doctrine makes clear that the aim is American dominance in space to prevent that China would possibly define new rules in space. The new commander of the US Space Force, Army General James Dickinson, said in a recent speech, sure, we will try to avoid conflict, but to be absolutely clear, if deterrence fails, we will win. I will concentrate to develop, foster, and accept a culture of space warfare. Now, all of these changes in the military doctrine occurred in close coordination with the British. Several weeks after the NPR was released, the UK Armed Forces Minister Mark Lancaster was in Washington underlining that the policies of the NSS, the NDS, and the NPP were also the policies of the British government, that the two programs were closely aligned with a strong emphasis on the modernization of all of these forces. So in addition to Pence, who made the first major anti-China speech according to these ideas, in 2018, it was Bolton, who Trump correctly said if he would not have kicked him out, there would have been the 6th World War already. Christopher Wray, O'Brien, Navarro, Barr, and especially Pompeo have been spearheading the campaign against China, who only in July of this year in London, meeting with British circles that initiated the Russiagate story and the coup against Trump, put out a tweet. It's great to be back in London to reaffirm the special relationship we share with our closest ally. So Pompeo openly put himself in good company with Kissinger, who had made these infamous remarks on May 10th in 1982 in the Chatham House, quote, "As a national security advisor, I kept the British Foreign Office better informed and more closely engaged than I did the American State Department." So if we look at all of this military posturing and buildup, including the recent Pentagon China military power report, which portrays China's military power completely out of proportion as compared to the US focus on the Asia pivot policy in place since the Obama administration, and the ring of 400 plus military bases the US has built around China, and the recent efforts by NATO to extend its global policy into the Indo-Pacific, Are we sleepwalking into World War III? Yes and no. No, because some of the military strategists obviously have the illusion that there is such a thing as a, as a winnable regional nuclear war, against which Russia has warned again and again and designed its own military doctrine in such a way to destroy that option of any thinking for any thinking opponent. This was reiterated on June 2nd of this year, where Russia again published the conditions under which it would be forced to go to a first nuclear strike policy. Yes, sleepwalking, because as Lyndon LaRouche wrote in the paper where he discussed the methods of the British manipulation of the population in the whole world, the Toynbee factor in British grand strategy, where he says, in a properly ordered republic, and we don't have a properly ordered republic right now, as the forces around Benjamin Franklin and George Washington understood this point correctly, the greatest single source of potential danger to the republic is the very sort of estrangement of the citizen from rational comprehension of national policy issues which prevails in the United States today. This, as we shall shortly demonstrate it, impinges directly upon the Toynbee syndrome. Now, that is indeed the biggest problem, that we are on the verge of World War III, something which could be triggered any moment and for which the military doctrines completely based on illusions of winning a possible regional nuclear war, and that a war, once you use nuclear weapons, could be stopped, which I think everybody who has concerned themselves with the writings of such people as Ted Postol clearly can see that once you use the first nuclear weapons, it will be the entire arsenal which will be used. So it is that estrangement of the average citizen, not being aware of it, not caring about it, which makes them so extremely susceptible to the synchronized propaganda campaigns of Russiagate, and now about China as the systematic adversary, and the international simultaneous demonization of Trump, Putin, and Xi alike. We have to wake people up to the imminent danger of annihilation. And we have to mobilize around the world for the summit of the presidents of the Permanent Five of the UN Security Council to absolutely take place this month. These presidents and prime ministers must go back to where Franklin D. Roosevelt, whom they all referenced positively in the past, was unable to realize his intention with the original Bretton Woods. They must declare their intention to end the casino economy, establish a global Glass-Steagall Act, establish a new Bretton Woods credit system to provide long-term, low-interest credit to restart the economies in the industrialized countries, and provide credit for a serious industrialization program for the developing countries, which obviously must start with the building of a modern health system in every single country of the planet, so that this and future pandemics can be defeated. Slide. This first slide, please. The studies of the Schiller Institute developed on how the new Silk Road becomes the world land bridge, in combination with a crash program for the realization of fusion power and the international cooperation, next slide, in the colonization of Moon and Mars, as President Trump has emphasized in the Artemis program, which can establish a new economic platform where all nations can benefit from a higher productivity of the economy. The real wealth will be generated by such leaps by several orders of magnitude in the productivity, which will compensate very quickly for the alleged losses caused by the ending of sales of ever more armament. But unlike the latter, it will increase the real wealth of society instead of imposing the kind of primitive accumulation of the physical economy caused by the military buildup. Once there is a general agreement to replace the geopolitical confrontation with a win-win cooperation for the common good of mankind, the basis for a new security architecture exists. President Trump has reiterated repeatedly that he regards a new nuclear arms pact with Russia as the biggest problem in the world to be solved. The summit, therefore, should announce the intention to prolong the New START treaty, as well as confirm once again the principle of the inadmissibility of nuclear war. The world is clearly at a crossroad, and it is up to these 5 leaders to make sure that the choice will not be an impasse which leads to the actual end of history. We have to add another dimension. We must reject the degenerate popular culture which all empires have always used to dumb the population down and to control them by degrading their impulses, just as the Romans did by having the masses gather to watch the killing in the circuses and become complicit in the decision as to whether the gladiators should live or die. And we must draw our conclusions from the fact that Biden revealed the depravity of his own counterculture by trying to make himself more attractive in cooperating with such stars as Cardi B, whose video WAP reveals the image of man that the oligarchy is more than happy for the population to have, because a population so degraded will never change their power. If mankind is supposed to escape the looming catastrophe, all great cultures of the world need to bring forth their best traditions, the most lofty ideas of their philosophers and poets, the most ennobling compositions of their composers, the most beautiful works of art in painting, sculpture, and architecture. We should all be inspired by the treasures humanity has produced so far and start to think like patriots and world citizens as a unity, not only on the planet Earth, but as members of the same species, soon living together in a village on the moon and a city on Mars. The 5 leaders of the summit, soon to be held, must have the courage to project a magnificent vision of the future of human species, of the millions of geniuses yet to be born, which they have to protect by creating a new paradigm in international relations. And they must think and act on the level of the coincidentia oppositorum, the coincidence of opposites.
Thank you, Helga. Next, we're going to hear from Andrei Kortunov, Director General of the Russian International Affairs Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm very grateful to the Schiller Institute for having a chance to be here and to participate in this, I'm sure, very intellectually gratifying and a very important discussion. Of course, the topic is very timely. The composition of speakers is very impressive. And I'd like to make my modest contribution to the discussion that will follow. The title of the conference is about the P-5. Why a P-5 summit meeting is badly needed now. Let me remind everybody that P-5 emerged 75 years ago, primarily in order to maintain world order and global security. It's not about development. It's not so much about public health. It's not about migrations. It's about global security. 75 years ago, the founders of the United Nations gave 5 countries special rights, namely the veto power in the Security Council, but also special responsibilities to maintain global order and to keep the peace in the world. Now, how would we assess the performance of the P-5 group now? I would say that, in my humble opinion, it's not a failure because the P-5 group was able to avoid a nuclear war. The humankind is still here, but it's clear not A, it's not B, and I would say that it is C either. In my opinion, it's probably D minus. And if we look around, we will come to the conclusion that the world, unfortunately, is not getting any safer. There are many conflicts in the Middle East, in North Africa, in East Asia, in Latin America. Unfortunately, the P5 cannot agree on how they're going to handle these problems. The arms race is on with acceleration. We see international terrorism, but above all, we see a very clear decay of the system of international security and arms control that the United States and the Soviet Union, and finally the Russian Federation, nourished and cultivated for more than half a century. So I would like to limit my presentation to two topics. The first one is about the problems that we encounter. And this is definitely the bad news. But also, the second topic is about what we can do under these current circumstances and how the P5 group can change the situation for the better. So let me start with the first statement. I think that today it is clear that the old arms control mechanism that existed between Moscow and Washington is almost gone. And probably the damage inflicted upon this regime is already beyond repair. Indeed, this whole decay of the arms control regime started about 20 years ago when the United States decided to withdraw from the ABM Treaty. This step by Washington was taken with a lot of sadness and suspicion in Moscow. But the system survived this step primarily because the general political background between Moscow and Washington at that point was quite positive. However, 17 years later, the United States withdrew from another very important arms control treaty, that was the INF Treaty. And again, I don't want to blame the United States for this decision. I think that Russia should also take a part of responsibility because it didn't fight for the preservation of the treaty as it probably should have. And it didn't realize the sensitivity of the alleged violations of the treaty for the United States. But now we are getting to the third stage in this downward spiral of the destruction of arms control, which is, of course, the future of the New START agreement. We all hope that the New START agreement can still be rescued. We all hope that there is still time to extend this agreement. And we know that there are consultations between Russia and the United States on this issue. But of course, the chances are getting smaller and smaller. Many experts, both in the United States and in Russia, believe that the treaty cannot be saved. And even if it is saved, it's not likely to start a new chapter in the relations between the two countries, but it is likely to end the old chapter. So this is the problem. What will happen if the traditional arms control model is gone? I think that the first victim of this unfortunate development will be the relations between the United States and the Russian Federation, because arms control used to be the cornerstone of this bilateral relationship. That was exactly what made this relationship so special and so important. Without this cornerstone, I think the relationship will fall apart in many other ways. But definitely the United States and Russia will not be the only ones to suffer from the demise of the strategic arms control. We cannot separate the bilateral dimension of arms control from the multilateral dimension. And it is very easy to predict a negative chain reaction, which will have very grave repercussions for the international stability at large. This year, we're supposed to have the Non-Proliferation Treaty Review Conference. It was postponed till 2021, but even now we're not sure that this conference will be successful. I think that we have reasons to be skeptical about the outcome of this conference, and maybe it will be the last NPT review conference in history. Unfortunately, we have not moved ahead on either the North Korean nuclear issue or on the nuclear problems of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Proliferation is potentially there, and it is becoming more and more difficult to stop these two countries from making another push towards acquiring a modern nuclear arsenal. Of course, if you look at a multilateral agreement like, for example, the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Agreement, it is also under question. Unfortunately, the United States has never ratified this important treaty, but for the time being, the United States abides by the provisions of this treaty. Will it last for a long time? No one knows. So the repercussions will be serious. And I think that definitely this is something which we all should be concerned about, and we should try to do something about. Now, what can we do? Many people argue that we should replace the old model of the bilateral US-Russian arms control with a new one, with a multilateral arms control arrangement. And that should engage China, that should probably engage other nuclear powers as well. I think that generally speaking, there is nothing wrong about this approach, but it will be a very, very difficult transition. It will be like moving from driving a car to driving a Boeing 747. A very difficult and very complicated transition, very different equation of international stability. It will take many, many years, even if the political will is there. So I don't think that we can easily replace the bilateral model with a multilateral one. On top of that, it would be very difficult to imagine that right now we can have a kind of legally binding agreement between Russia and the United States. The trust is not there. And frankly, I cannot imagine any arms control agreement with Mr. Putin, which the US Congress will be ready to ratify, especially because the Congress is split and Republicans and Democrats have very different visions of how the United States should proceed on arms control. So what we should do? Let me just give you a couple of ideas which, in my opinion, can help all of us to change the current negative trend in the international stability, and something that probably the P-5 group should pay certain attention to. First of all, I think we should keep in mind that peace is more important than disarmament. Of course, all of us would prefer to live in a non-nuclear world. All of us would prefer to get rid of nuclear weapons. But first of all, we should avoid a nuclear war. And that means that we should enhance communication lines between nuclear powers. We should promote mill-to-mill contacts, which are dormant right now. We should promote interaction between experts and politicians. We should have more red lines. We should exchange information on nuclear posture, nuclear doctrines, and nuclear deployments. We should engage in de-alerting, in reducing combat readiness to avoid inadvertent escalation, to avoid a nuclear conflict that might be a result of a human error or a technical miscalculation or a misinterpretation of the intentions of the opponents. So I think that this is something which I would call soft arms control or arms management. Might be a kind of security guarantee that we will cut down the risks of an inadvertent escalation and confrontation. Second, we should keep in mind that in this new world, quality becomes more important than quantity. A new arms race is not going to be about numbers of warheads, about numbers of delivery means. It will be about technological breakthroughs. It's going to be about space weapons, about cyber and artificial intelligence. It will be about prompt strike capacities. It will be about autonomous lethal systems. And we have to control not only numbers, we have to control technological progress in the military field. No one really knows how to do that. No one has any kind of ideal solution for the problem. But it doesn't mean that we should sit on our hands and waiting for someone to do it for us. Indeed, I think that this is where not just governments, but also experts and the private sector can play an important role. On top of that, I think it's important to keep in mind that the real challenge in future might come not so much from state actors, but rather from non-state actors. You can deter Iraq state. You can deter Iran or North Korea, but you cannot deter a terrorist group. You cannot deter irresponsible non-state actors that would like to make the case. And that means that we need to have much more cooperation that we have right now on preventing nuclear terrorism. This is an emergent danger which is not properly addressed at this stage. And finally, let me end here. Let me say that, in my humble opinion, governments are going to be as bad and as irresponsible as they are allowed to be by the public. Arms control is not on top of agendas of political leaders today. And it will not get back to these agendas unless there is a constant pressure from the civil society groups, from engaged media, from think tanks, and from opinion leaders. It's important to bring arms control back to the top of political agendas. Right now, people are more concerned about how to limit the number of plastic bags rather than about how to limit the number of warheads. And I don't want to sound condescending. Of course, we have to limit proliferation of plastic bags, but we should not forget about the nuclear danger. It is still with us, and the situation is getting worse. It is not getting any better. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Kotunov. The next speaker will be Dr. Edward Lazansky, president of the American University in Moscow and professor Moscow State and National Research Nuclear Universities. What he's speaking about is which way for America, world hegemon, or a partner for win-win cooperation.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak at such an important event. I'm now on the Volga River in the middle of Russia. For those who don't know Russian geography, it's like Mississippi in the United States. I'm on a river cruise and really enjoying the scenery. But also, I'm worried. I'm worried about what's going on in the United States. Actually, I'm waiting for my plane to go because our plane keeps canceling because of this COVID. And my recent flight was just canceled a few days ago, so I'm still waiting. But anyway, the theme of today's talk is which way for America? It's a world hegemon or partner for win-win cooperation. And I think this is something that is the subject of today's conference. Well, we are getting ready for elections. When I say we, I am now a US citizen. I used to be a Soviet citizen, but I came to the United States a long time ago in 1977. So it's over 40 years. So I think I still have my accent, but I am American. I plan to vote. I think I know for whom, although I'm not very happy with either candidates, and I'll try to explain you why. The problem with those elections is that decisions will be made that will affect not only just America, but the lives of, I would say, countless people across the world. Because of America is so powerful, it's really the most powerful nation on earth. So whatever happens in our country will affect many other people. And some experts believe that this election is not just about American politics, but maybe we are talking about new international world order, or some say even existential questions of war and peace that will be decided. So we hear now in the media that many such experts try to rush their opinions in the hope of somehow influence the results. But frankly, when it comes to foreign policy, I don't see really too much difference in the position of establishment, Democrats and Republicans. I have to say immediately that I'm Republican. I voted for every Republican candidate since Ronald Reagan and on. And of course, I voted for Trump. But right now, what we see is that both Democrats and Republicans, they still want America to be leader. Remember, the title of my talk is global leader, hegemon, or win-win. But I see that not too much difference. The only difference I see, because sometimes maybe Republicans see that China is a bigger threat than Russia, but Democrats think Russia is a bigger threat. But still, both probably want to keep U.S. hegemony, although some doubt that this hegemony still exists. Now, Democrats really, they use Trump's 2016 statement about ending wars, which started by George W. Bush and Obama, as a sign that he is Putin's agent, and therefore he's not interested in the U.S. hegemony. Biden, on the other hand, he will restore pre-Trump status quo. However, frankly, although it's true that Trump has not started a new war, he didn't finish a single one, either while trying to prove that he's much tougher on Russia than Biden, which is probably true. He has to prove that, otherwise he will be repeatedly accused of being a Russian agent. But although it's also true that most of the anti-Russian sanctions have been pushed by Congress, Trump had really made his share as well. And I think he has to take at least some responsibility that according to over 100 top US geopolitical experts, they recently published article in Politico. And among them are really such great people whom I admire. As US Secretary George Shultz under Reagan, Pentagon had Robert Perry, Senator Sam Nunn. So we're talking about bipartisan group. 2 US ambassadors who I know personally, Tom Pickering and John Huntsman. they are talking that we are sleepwalking into nuclear catastrophe. So it's not just some journalists, okay, or some publicity seekers. You're talking about very serious people. Now, and George, Donald Trump is our president. So under his watch, we are actually sleepwalking into nuclear catastrophe. Now, at the same time, what does this restoration of status quo under Biden that many people are pushing, and some of them, like for example, President of Council on Foreign Affairs, it's Richard Haas. It's a very influential think tank. They are pushing for Biden. So what does that mean? Well, we know that during the previous, what they call status quo administrations of George W. Bush and Obama, we are talking about the same wars that Trump wanted to stop. And the results of those wars are hundreds of thousands of lives lost, millions refugees, trillions of dollars wasted. And is it in America's, in the world's best interest? And there's another way. And I think this is what the theme of today's conference. And here I want to quote another professor from Brown University. His name is Sam Zip. And he wrote an article, also in Foreign Affairs, the same magazine, saying it's titled The Post-War Global Order That Never Was. And he reminds us that it was FDR and former Republican Party leader Wendell Willkie idea to reorganize this world political and financial system with the efforts USA, USSR, and China. This was back, we are talking about 1944, 45. Unfortunately, we know that FDR didn't live long enough to implement these ideas. But now what we see is that communist USSR was replaced by capitalist Russia. So I think this makes this job much easier to do. And so to conclude, we see the upcoming 75th UN General Assembly session. And there's an idea, I think it was suggested first by President Putin, to have this meeting of the major powers, nuclear powers, permanent members of the UN Security Council, or at least maybe they can start with 3 members, like the US and Russia and China, and maybe then expand it to kind of a G5, and talk about the same ideas that FDR and Willkie were discussing. And maybe this is something that will be very beneficial, contrary to what Biden presidency. Trump can take the credit for that he will save the world from nuclear holocaust. Of course, I can speak for China. It's not really my area of expertise, but I can assure you that Russia is really ready for serious conversation. Actually, it was Putin's idea. But I just mentioned very briefly of my experience, because during the Gorbachev and Yeltsin days, we used what we call people's diplomacy. And I personally was carrying messages from Gorbachev and Yeltsin directly to President George Bush and Vice President Quayle during all 4 years of their term in the White House. This was done with the help of Paul Weyrich, who, those who don't know, he was founder of Heritage Foundation and president of the foundation. Weyrich was very influential. He had direct access to both Bush and Quayle. And I would pass messages to Paul, and Paul will pass messages to Bush. And both Gorbachev and Yeltsin practically were begging, not just for partnership with the United States. They were talking about strategic partnership and even alliance. Even under Gorbachev, Soviet Union, communist Soviet Union wanted to be America's ally. Can you believe it? But Yeltsin, already it was Russia, non-communist, has the same. Now, I didn't carry any messages for Putin, but I didn't have to, because Putin himself told this to Bush, that he wants Russia to be American ally, and he proved it, not just with words, but with deeds. We know that in the year 2000, Russia under Putin did more for American operation in Afghanistan than all other NATO members combined. And I remember, because we every year, until recently, we had an event on Capitol Hill called the World Russia Forum. And every member of Congress, we had senators and members of Congress who were praising Putin, saying, finally, we have our man. So when we are talking about strategic partnership alliance, so of course it's great. And this was our dream, that Russia, non-communist Russia, and the United States allies. Now, George W. Bush was not very grateful for this help. And what was his response? His response was that he abrogated ABM Treaty, invaded Iraq. He promoted color revolutions on post-Soviet space, and most terrible mistake, NATO expansion, which was actually following Bill Clinton, who did the same. But Bush added Ukraine and Georgia as a goal to enroll into NATO. And this was the red line that Moscow could not allow to cross. Now, with Obama, we had continuous NATO expansion, Libya devastation, and which is terrible for Russia, it was the United States under Obama which backed coup in Ukraine. So, as a result, we are here on the brink of World War III. And this is not just my opinion, it's the opinion of really top American, this letter in Politico was signed by over 100 experts, top experts. I already mentioned some names. We don't have time to repeat. You can easily find this article on Politico website and see all those 100 names. But Trump has a chance. He has a chance if he listens to speeches at this conference. And he does what smart people who are assembled here advise. And he might get another 4 years, because I think majority of American people are also not very happy that we are sleepwalking into nuclear catastrophe. So maybe they will forget about difference in some political stuff, and they probably want to make sure that we are safe. Security of the United States is preserved. So he might get a chance to get a Nobel Peace Prize, win elections, and most importantly, he will save America and mankind from Armageddon. To finish on the lighter note, I want to show you simply some slides to how Russia really likes America. And those who are in Moscow, you could see those statues. And if I can simply ask to show some of the slides of famous Americans whose statue are in downtown Moscow. We're talking about downtown Moscow. And let's go slide by slide, and you will see, for example, Elbe River Memorial, where Soviet and American troops met on April 25, 1945, in the city of Torgau, Berlin. And you see American military attaché Bruce McClintock on the left, and on the right, famous Russian cosmonaut Alexei Leonov, actually the same guy who was flying with Soyuz Apollo, famous space flight. Then let's next slide. Now there's a tree which was planted by U.S. Embassy officials and Russian activists. It's a translation. It's a friendship tree of peoples of Russia and the United States. And this is again downtown Moscow, next to this Elbe River Memorial. Then next slide, you see famous American poet Walt Whitman, who is on the campus of Moscow State University. So you can see next slide. And this is, I think, something really important, because President Trump was talking restoring Lincoln America. And you see President Lincoln next with Russian Tsar Alexander II, also downtown Moscow, actually next to this Elbe River Memorial. So I know there's some talk in the years that some Lincoln statues will be removed, but Lincoln statue in Moscow is safe. It's safe in downtown, and people come and they put flowers, and Lincoln is very respected in Moscow. But then I think your favorite slide is you see here Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev, and this lady on the left, which is unveiling this sculpture, is Susan Massey, famous American writer. On the right is sculptor himself. His name is Alexander Burganov. There are many more things like that, but simply I thought I will finish with my short presentation with those symbols that Russians people really want to be not, as I say, as being friends with America. They want to be partners, they want to be allies, but it's now up to America. And I hope that it will be President Trump who will somehow implement our hopes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lozansky. Next, we're going to hear from Martin Seif, Senior Foreign Affairs Correspondent for United Press International, Senior Fellow, American University in Moscow. His topic, 100 Seconds to Midnight, Taking Seriously the Threat of Nuclear War.
We are 100 seconds to midnight. That is how close the doomsday clock of the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists has set the dangers of thermonuclear war. We are going to get a lot closer. The 100 seconds to midnight warning was announced on January the 23rd this year. Yet I doubt today whether 5 of the 100 sitting United States senators from both parties know that fact or take it seriously for a second. It is this astonishing ignorance, a psychological mechanism of willful ignorance and denial that Sigmund Freud himself would be hard put to explain, that is our greatest danger. As I speak, the United States and NATO push ahead with their reckless, all too consistent policy of driving east and south to encircle Russia, with states whose legitimate, long-standing governments are being toppled and are being replaced by non-democratic, at best chaotic regimes, from giant Ukraine to tiny Georgia. Belarus may be next. And NATO regularly carries out full-scale military exercises, unabashedly aimed against Russia, with such reassuring titles as Anaconda. What is an anaconda? It is a colossal 20 to 30 foot long, fearful snake in the Amazon jungle that first encircles its prey, then crushes and devours it, often still alive. This, then, is the strategic message we have been sending to Russia, one of the 2 most powerful nuclear powers on our planet. Russia has responded. The development of hypersonic weapons that the West cannot yet match is one loud tolling of Thomas Jefferson's fire bell in the night. A second and most grave development is the shifting of Russian strategic forces to a potential first strike posture. The Russians do not seek to conquer the West or the world, but they are truly fearful that the West is determined to conquer and destroy them. And every message that flows out of the Republican and Democratic national leaderships alike in Congress and the US media and think tanks is consistent with this message. We should not therefore be surprised that the Russians have responded as they have. The Russian Sputnik news agency noted this past Wednesday. Recently, episodes of aircraft interception over the Baltic, the Black and the Barents Seas have become more frequent. On 31st August, the Sputnik report continued. 3 Russian Su-27 fighters were scrambled as 3 US B-52 strategic bombers approached the Russian state border over the neutral waters of the Baltic Sea. The bombers were accompanied until they changed course and moved away from the Russian border. On 1st September, a Russian Northern Fleet MiG-31 was scrambled to accompany a Norwegian P-3C Orion reconnaissance aircraft. Hysterical, always unsubstantiated claims that Russia is interfering in our domestic election cycle could not be more misplaced. In 1996, the Clinton administration proudly and openly boasted of decisively swinging the Russian presidential election to re-elect Boris Yeltsin. a drunken, corrupt, incompetent, under whose leadership untold millions of Russian people died of hardship in an economic depression far, far worse than our own Great Depression, and that lasted as long. I know. I was repeatedly there for long periods as a foreign correspondent. I saw it with my own eyes. The Russians remember this. They are determined not to let it happen again. They are determined not to let their country be dismembered. Yet the US body politic, its policy-shaping institutions and media remain locked on their mad, suicidal course of needless confrontation and childish, fake macho bullying and posturing towards Russia. It is time they woke up. May this most welcome and urgently needed conference serve as that vital wake-up call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seif. We're going to now hear from James Jatras, former advisor of the United States Senate Republican leadership. His topic, America's Fading Chance for Global Balance.
My name is Jim Jatras. I am a retired U.S. diplomat and former policy advisor to the U.S. Senate Republican leadership. I am honored to be invited today to speak to this Schiller Institute conference on the kind of future we can expect internationally and we shall be striving for in light of the very, very dangerous situation the world and our country now finds itself in. I'd like to thank the Schiller Institute and the LaRouche organizations, in particular Ms. Helga Zepp-LaRouche, for inviting me to participate, along with my good friends Edward Lozansky, Martin Seif, and many other distinguished speakers. I don't think it's necessarily appropriate for us to get too partisan in a gathering like this, but I do think it is appropriate to note that our country is facing a watershed election in November. And of course, they tell us every time that this is the most important election of our lifetimes, and maybe each one is, but I think very few people can be unaware of the stakes that are presented to us in November. On the one hand, we have somebody like Joe Biden, who has been in favor of every war that this country has gotten involved in especially in the post-Cold War period, during the many, many decades that he was in the U.S. Senate and then later as vice president, where he played an instrumental role, by the way, in the attack on Libya. During the 1990s, when he was a senator and I was working at the Senate there at the time, he was one of the primary militants on the Democratic side in our involvement in the Balkan Wars. And then, of course, was a strong proponent of the 2003 war against Iraq under the Bush administration, where he, along with Hillary Clinton, were instrumental in whipping Democratic votes in support of that misguided effort. On the other hand, we have President Donald Trump, who in 2016 ran on a platform of ending the endless wars in which we have intruded ourselves during these decades, and also getting along with Russia, getting along with China to serve the interests of the American people first in a constructive global order, rather than this mindless and ultimately suicidal quest for global domination, what Bill Kristol and Bob Kagan back in 1996 called benevolent global hegemony. The idea that is the mission, the duty, the right of the United States as the hyperpower, as the unipolar power, to impose its will on the rest of the globe. That unfortunately is still the stark choice that is presented to us today, despite the fact that by and large Donald Trump has not followed through on his promises. Now, I'm not one of these people who says, "Oh, he was a fake. He was just carrying water for the same interests as everybody else. It was a scam." I think in his heart of hearts, and even with regard to much of what he says, he wants to follow through with the promises that he said he wanted to. For example, the suggestion has been made by Ed and me and many others that it is imperative for him to sit down with President Putin of Russia, President Xi of China, maybe Prime Minister Modi of India, to come up with a stable global order, an understanding among the major powers about how we can move forward constructively toward a more positive future for the rest of mankind, rather than continue to go down the road of confrontation that in the end can only lead to a conflict, the consequences of which are literally incalculable. So I would hope he would use the upcoming opportunity of the UN General Assembly to meet with his Russian and Chinese and Indian counterparts, if not then, to try to schedule a summit as soon as possible, if after, at least in my opinion, hopefully he does win this election and there is some promise for the future there. I think when we look at the failure of his administration to keep his 2016 promises, and I think this is something that Bill Binney has done some absolutely tremendous work on, that part of that explanation has been that this full court press from the deep state and its corporate sponsors to make sure that no such rapprochement can occur between the United States and Russia and China. And of course, the heart and center of that was this lie about Russian meddling, Russian collusion, that Russia stole emails from the DNC server. And aside from the fact that nobody disputes that what was shown in those emails is true about how the DNC did put a thumb on the scale to ensure that Hillary would be the nominee rather than Bernie Sanders. Nobody even disputes that. I don't know how people necessarily object to true information being made available to the public about how corrupt at least one of the parties is, although frankly I think the other one is not much better. That it is indisputable, as Mr. Binney has shown, that there was no hack, there was no outside stealing of these emails, that these were downloaded at speeds that would have been impossible from the outside, and that must have been taken down by somebody inside the DNC who was a leaker, that it was not an outside download from some hostile foreign source. And nonetheless, and I know there are people on let's say my side of things will say, well, this has all been debunked now. Russiagate has been completely undermined. We now live in a fact-free society, in a clown world, where facts don't really matter anymore. The facts, as Mr. Binney and others have adduced them, have been available for a couple of years now, and nobody cares. The media still keeps repeating the same lies. The band plays on. The Democrats make the same accusations, and indeed, most of the Republicans stand by the same accusations of so-called Russian meddling. When all is said and done, the sad fact is that Mr. Trump is not really in control of the apparatus of his own government. That the same actors, the same policy, the same constant push for global domination against two other major powers, Russia and China, continues. We have the effort to take Iran off the table as another country that is independent of U.S. policy and is committed to Eurasian integration. Rather than trying to undermine Eurasian integration through these means, through this endless threats of war and sanctions and subversion, I would add to that, by the way, the cranking up of what appears to me a jihad in Xinjiang on behalf of the Uyghurs there. Yes, I'm sure there are some things that the Chinese are doing there that's rather unpleasant, but the Chinese are very serious about their security. And if anybody is going to be aiding some kind of a jihad movement there, the Chinese are going to react to that very sharply. None of this serves the American interest. To my mind, Eurasian integration would be a good thing. The completion of the Nord Stream pipeline would be a good thing. And the only question for us as Americans should be, why aren't we doing the same thing? Why aren't we building our own Belt and Road initiatives here in the Western Hemisphere? Why are we not connecting that up with the Eurasian grid through the Bering Strait, as Mr. LaRouche, Lyndon LaRouche, suggested decades ago? So I think there is much very positive that President Trump would have to discuss with his Russian, Chinese, and Indian counterparts. I hope that the political stars can align so that he is able to do that and actually move along constructively on an agenda like that. And I fear, unfortunately, if the election goes the other way and we have Mr. Biden and Kamala Harris really more Kamala Harris than Biden, I think, running things, and the likes of Nicholas Burns at the State Department and Evelyn Farkas at the Pentagon, which my sources tell me is a done deal if Mr. Biden and Senator Harris win. We're looking at an almost unavoidable path toward a major world conflagration. So the stakes could not be higher. And I think the organizers of this conference were putting together at least a hope for a more constructive and peaceful agenda for the world.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jatras. What we're now going to do is bring the entire panel that you've heard so far up for a bit, because we're getting both so many questions, and also perhaps some of the people who presented may have a few things to say. So if we can do that, we will start. I'll also just announce that if you have questions, the questions at schillerinstitute.org, and go ahead and present them. Diane Sayre is here with me as co-moderator, and we're going to ask Diane to do the first question. But before we do it, let me just ask if there are any of the panelists that have anything they'd like to say. I want to start, Helga, with you and see if there's any response you have to what you've heard so far.
Well, I first of all want to thank all the speakers for their very valuable contributions. But let me ask Mr. Kortunov one question, because he mentioned, you mentioned that the P-5 mechanism is not to discuss social, economic, and other issues, but is only concerned with strategic stability. Now, it is my understanding that you cannot really separate these questions, because the whole effort, what we are trying to do, is to establish a common economic interest. Like if you would integrate the Eurasian Economic Union, the EU, the new Silk Road, and get the United States to cooperate in agreements of the Belt and Road Initiative to develop the reconstruction of the Southwest Asia countries which have been destroyed by interventionist wars, by developing Africa. It is my conviction that only if you establish a common, a common economic interest, that you have the basis for going to durable strategic agreements. Would you be so kind to comment on that?
Well, thank you for the question. First of all, I completely agree with you about the link between security and development. I think it is really a phenomenon of the 21st century, which is not properly appreciated in the world. You cannot have development unless you have security, but you cannot have stable security if you ignore development. And I think one of the problems that we encounter right now is that we have very different constituencies of bureaucrats and decision makers in charge of these two portfolios. And they have to be merged this way or another. For example, if you take the situation in West Asia that you mentioned, definitely we need the Security Council of the United Nations to work hand in hand with other institutions, specifically G20, especially now since G20 is headed by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So there is a potential synergy here. However, when I spoke about the limitations of the P5, I was thinking about a possible reaction from other members of the United Nations if the P5 tried to monopolize the development agenda. I'm sure that we would see many critics saying that, nobody really authorized you to handle development. You are extending your portfolio unnecessarily. And right now, as you know better probably than I do, many countries are not happy about special rights that P5 members enjoy. They believe that the veto power is abused and misused, and to extend this agenda of P5 beyond the narrowly defined security matters would be a kind of reward for not so great job that the P5 has performed so far. So I'm with you, but I think we should be cautious not to create another elitist club that could claim some kind of special rights in the development agenda. We do have the post-millennium development agenda in the United Nations. We have other decisions. We have institutions like G20 and G7 and the BRICS. So I think that these should be interlocking rather than interblocking institutions working together with each other. And let me, since I've got the floor, let me also make a small comment to what I have heard from other participants. Of course, this conference is primarily about the United States. Of course, the United States is in trouble right now as a country. And of course, all of us, Russia, China, the rest of the world, all of us need a strong United States, because there are many questions and many problems in the world which cannot be possibly resolved without an active US participation. So I think that smart politicians all over the place believe that a strong United States is much better for the rest of us than a weak United States. But let me add to that, that you spoke about the disarray in the US politics, about problems in the US foreign policy. But let me say that, the rest of the world, to this or that extent, goes through the same set of problems. I'm talking about Russia, I'm talking about China. I go to Beijing from time to time, and at some points it seems they are as confused as Americans are. So there are no good guys and bad guys in this world. There is a new set of challenges, and all of us so far fail to find answers to these challenges. It's not just about the inability of the US political leadership. The problem is more general and more universal, unfortunately. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Jatras, do you have anything that you'd like to say?
Yes. I'm struck when Mr. Kotonov was speaking regarding arms control agreements between the United States and Russia. And I guess I tend to view such agreements as kind of like the rule of law for people who are naturally law-abiding. If you have the goodwill to act properly, the laws themselves, the rules, the agreements don't really matter all that much. They'll fall into place. And if you don't have that, if your desire is to simply seek a unilateral advantage and ultimately destroy the other party, well, then all the agreements in the world won't make any difference. And unfortunately, I think one of the things we fail to deal with when we look at the American establishment is how deeply ingrained is the notion that we are the masters of the universe, that other countries are only legitimate insofar as we say they're legitimate, and that ultimately the response to any obstreperous country is sanctions, threats, and regime change. And I am not at all joking. It would be a very bad joke indeed when I point out, from the mentality of the people who run policy in Washington, the only possible outcome for Russia, and for that matter for China, is regime change, to change the governments in those countries, to implant a puppet government of the sort we had in Moscow in the 1990s, and maybe in most favorable circumstances, to break those countries up, to break up China the way the Soviet Union was, to break up Russia further. And you say this is madness. How can anybody think in these terms? I'm not sure how many of them necessarily think through the consequences of their views, but if you look at the way they have a completely illegitimate attitude toward any power that does not take its tutelage from Washington, that is the only logical conclusion. As far as the P5 goes, look, I'm a big supporter of I'm not thrilled with the UN as an institution, but with the Security Council as something that approximates a concert of powers. where the major powers can try to avoid various collisions. This was a mechanism that was lacking in the League of Nations. I think that the Security Council is really the only valuable part of the United Nations system. But let's face it, there's really no P5. They're P3. They're the other two powers, Britain and France, at least in grand strategic terms, military terms, are essentially puppets of the United States. Maybe politically that's not necessarily true with respect to Britain, but in terms of who's on which side and which are truly independent actors, China and Russia are. The other two powers are not. So it really comes down to the big three, and I just don't see where the change is going to come in American policy. I'd like to see that Donald Trump can jump us off this treadwheel, but so far he hasn't. And given the kind of chaos we can expect in America, if he wins, and where I think the current disorders will go into hyperdrive, I'm not sure what the prospects are for things getting much better.
I think we were having some problems with Dr. Lozansky's connection. Is that the case? Is Dr. Lozansky with us? Okay, very good. So we're going to go now, Diane, to you.
Okay. Well, this is the first question, which comes, I think, to Mrs. LaRouche from China Daily USA. It's two parts. One, could you comment on China's commitment to multilateralism? Some experts have argued that China's leading role in establishing multilateral institutions, such as the BRI, has raised fears that the government aims to topple the world order. Could you address that? Secondly, could you comment on China's progress toward meeting the UN Sustainable Development Goals?
Well, I think that, if you say that China wants to replace the unipolar world in which the United States is the hegemon, then I would say, yes, China is trying to change that. But is that a realistic proposition to keep an unipolar world? I think not. I think that the world is changing. I have said many times that, China is a country of 1.4 billion people, which since the reforms and of opening up of Deng Xiaoping has set on a course of innovation, lifted 850 billion people out of poverty of its own country, and now has with the BRI offered that model be replicated by other countries according to their own wishes and standards. I think what China has offered is a new system of international relationships. And, I think that I have talked to enough people from Africa, Latin America, Asia, and also Europe, that, people who believe in the national sovereignty of the country, they all agree that China is not trying to replace the United States as a hegemon. I think if you look in the history of China, they have also not had a tradition of proselytizing. For example, they're not trying to convince other people to adopt the Chinese culture, the Chinese philosophy. So I think that China is offering an alternative system, but it is something which would be very, very much in the interest of everybody, including the United States. As my late husband stressed in the video clip, and what I try to say in my remarks is, there are these traditions in the United States where America was following the American system. And part of that was, for example, the foreign policy of John Quincy Adams, which had exactly the same approach to have an alliance of perfectly sovereign nation states. Now, what we want is that the United States goes back to its own tradition of being a republic and not being subverted by the British model of running the world as an empire. And that is the big controversy inside the United States. So, I think that, China is not trying to topple the world order, but I think China very clearly has offered a different model, one which is much more in cohesion with the original intention of America as a republic. And one should also remember that it was Benjamin Franklin who was a total enthusiast about the Confucian philosophy. And there are many, many more common cultural ideas. One is the American system of economy, which is right now followed by China much more. For example, the German economist Friedrich List, who was one of the key authors to make the difference between the American and the British model, he is one of the most read economic authors in China. So I think, one should really see the positive aspect about what is China is offering and not think it is a threat. And I think these different military doctrines, which I mentioned in my remarks, have a wrong picture of what the United States, of what China means in terms of a potential relationship with the United States. And I think that needs to be discussed. And I think President Trump has the clear potential to go back to his initial relationship with President Xi Jinping as his good friend. I know people in China are very doubtful about that, but I think that is the only way how we will get out of this crisis. Now, concerning your second question, I think the intention of China to eliminate poverty in China in 2020, despite the pandemic, is on a good track. I think that the quick recovery of China after the 2 months of very intensive being hit by the coronavirus is also a very promising element for the whole world economy to come out of this crisis. If you look at the statistics, China has been the only country which could go back to an economic growth rate, much less than before. I think it's only about 2 or 3%. So it's much less, but it's the only one which has a positive growth rate. So rather than looking at China as an adversary, it would be in the absolute interest of the United States, of Europe, to cooperate and use the Chinese economy as it was used before as an engine. Because if we want to reach the 2020 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, it does require the coordinated effort of all industrial capacities of the world, because the problems are so big that only if all the countries work together do we have a chance to come out of this as a human species.
Mr. Seif, I apologize that I didn't ask for you to be able to speak. I wasn't sure you were there. I have anything to say at this point in the dialogue?
Yes, just a couple of points in agreement with previous speakers. It seems to me we have a very constructive, the good news is we have a constructive consensus among all the speakers and contributors here so far about the nature of the problem and the need to address it. I think the wisdom of the founding fathers of the United Nations in creating the Security Council, in many respects at the insistence of Russian diplomats at the time, as it was done, is precisely that the Security Council cannot be used in its current format to destabilize, as a platform or attack mode, to destabilize the internal relations of countries. Unfortunately, in the United States, we have a mindset that is now so pervasive, it is shared by top Republican as well as Democratic leaders, that countries can be instinctively delegitimized regardless of international law and regardless of the mechanisms of the Security Council if we disapprove of the way they are conducting business. This is an enormously dangerous and reckless situation. Secondly, I fully agree with all the observations, in fact, of my dear friend Jim Jatteris. Key one here is that we are looking at a de facto P3. Britain really has become Airstrip 1. It has fulfilled for the last 40 years, certainly since the time of Mrs. Thatcher, its full destiny that George Orwell recognized in 1984 as being the offshore aircraft carrier of the Eurasian landmass for Oceania. the island landmass which is run by and governed by the United States. And that's all Britain is. If you see British foreign secretaries, defense secretaries, even prime ministers coming to Washington, what is quite extraordinary is how eagerly and abjectly they are looking for the latest fashionable trend and delusional slogan that is in fashion within the Beltway that they can eagerly attach themselves to. There is no sense of existential pride or intellectual independence left whatsoever. And this has to be understood in dealing with London. The last point I'd make is that in the bizarre way Washington goes, our current Secretary of State actually tried to ratchet down, at least marginally, tensions with Russia in his speech in the Nixon Library recently. But he did so ineptly and so incrementally that it could make no difference at all. And he did so in the context of vowing publicly in a keynote speech that U.S. priority policy was now to destabilize the government of China. This is what Mr. Pompeo said in his Nixon Library speech. I'm not putting words into his mouth. You don't want to make up this kind of thing. No sane person would be capable of imagining it. And yet that is what the Secretary of State of the United States said. And President Trump's Secretary of State, he now ineptly imagines he can play Russia off against China. Of course, there is an absurdity to this. And my last point is, this fits into a wise point Dr. Kortunov rightly made at the beginning. You do not simply go overnight from a war standing against a nation into close relations with a nation. It takes the time, it takes the building of trust. Otto von Bismarck took 10 years developing relations with Russian leaders, especially the future Tsar Alexander II. Abraham Lincoln wrote long and many letters warmly reciprocated to him from Tsar Alexander. The key strategic relationships between Germany, Russia, and the United States, which proved so beneficial in the mid-19th century, were based on long, careful preparation, as was President Nixon's approach with Secretary of State Henry Kissinger to China in 1972. It took years for them to reach that point. You cannot just switch off hostility to Russia, even if they were serious about it. And they would have to take actions to do so. I would simply end here by saying we need to educate both our foreign policy leaders and the Congress in the realities of survival in a nuclear world and the realities of diplomacy. They are now totally ignorant of it. Thank you.
Thank you. So for both reasons of time and also to get back to the next section of our panel, I'm going to ask two questions. One of them is for Mr. Kortunov, and it is from Hugo Lopez. He asks, Mr. Kortunov, what do you think about the proposal of President Ronald Reagan and Lyndon LaRouche of a strategic defense system, SDI, of laser devices and other physical principles supported by mainly the United States and Russia, which would allow the joint elimination of nuclear weapons for war and facilitate the safe permanence of nuclear weapons only for defense against meteorites, comets, and other dangers from space. I think he's obviously also referring to the Russian proposal of the SDE, or Strategic Defense of the Earth. And the second question is for Helga Sepp-LaRouche. It says, considering the list of advanced weapons you outlined, including maneuverable nuclear-powered hypersonic missiles and other terrifying weapon systems, what would be gained by a nuclear war, considering the massive destruction at best, and more likely the possibility of the end of civilization as we know it? What is the rationalization that makes thinking a nuclear war can be won? Why do people think that that's even possible? Obviously, they're in one sense related issues. So, Mr. Kortunov, would you want to begin?
Sure. Let me say that some 25 years ago, I was marginally engaged in attempts to save the ABM Treaty. And we had many conversations in Washington, including conversations with the U.S. military about how we can amend the treaty so that the United States would feel comfortable about it and would not need to withdraw. And one of the ideas that we entertained, and I think that there was some kind of positive attitude within the Beltway, at least at that stage, that we should probably try to do something jointly. Something that would allow the two countries, maybe not only the two countries, but other players to engage into some global missile security, missile protection system, which would be targeted against potential rogue states or against terrorists. Unfortunately, that didn't work quite well, because even then, even 25 years ago, the United States was still suspicious of Russia's intentions. And there was no appetite for sharing sensitive technologies, not to mention dual key decision making. Of course, right now the situation is different. It has got much more complicated, and I don't think that such a proposal would be even discussed in any serious way in Washington today. However, what I think is probably doable, we could start with something more modest. For example, if all of us are concerned about potential missile efforts by North Korea, and all nations in East Asia are building their missile defense systems, including Japan and South Korea and China and Russia and the United States, why don't we coordinate these efforts? And gradually we can probably build enough trust to move from coordination to cooperation. And ultimately, I think the future, again, it might sound very idealistic at this particular juncture, but I think that the future is in internationalization of nuclear weapons, both offensive and defensive. But in order to do that, major nations should reconsider their concept of national sovereignty. And that will be not an easy task. It will be difficult. It will be protracted. There is a lot of resistance to that, not only in the United States, but in many other countries, including Russia. But it does mean that we should not stand up to face this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Helga?
Well, I think from a rational standpoint, the answer is there is absolutely nothing to be gained. But if you think in terms of, why, for example, Russia was always saying that there is, in terms of the American missile defense system, there is a limit where they cannot allow stage 3 and 4 to be accomplished, because that basically would change the strategic balance so that, Russia was no longer able to defend itself. I mean, this, including the bases in Romania and Poland, which are going in this direction. So I think, the warnings of Russia that basically it is a complete illusion that a regional limited nuclear war can be won is exactly the problem. There is the danger of miscalculation. And, people have these war scenarios, which in large part are based on the same kind of war games, which and systems analysis scenarios, which simply are not in reality what would happen if you actually start to have a regional conflict. And that's why Russia has reiterated on the 2nd of June that if they see the Russian territory integrity threatened, that there are conditions thinkable where even if they would be only attacked with conventional weapons, they would have to resort to a first nuclear strike or first use of nuclear weapons. And then you are in the entire Armageddon, which we are warning against. Let me just come back to one other point, which Mr. Kortunov had mentioned earlier, that the P-5 countries should not appear to walk over the interest of other countries or to, take too much authority. I think, and also what Mr. Sief said earlier, I think, previous examples that it takes long years like, Nixon and Kissinger to build trust with China, or the other examples mentioned, this is not really the situation right now. I think that if you look at the unprecedented combination of crises we have right now, the pandemic, which is far from being over. If you look at the infection rates in India, for example, which were almost 80,000 a day, the famine, which is now threatening Africa, where the World Food Program was saying that, if this is not reversed by increasing the agricultural production worldwide, we soon will have a death rate of 300,000 people a day dying of hunger. And I could continue the effects of the lockdowns, the unemployment, the unbelievable combination of crises does require that the leading countries of the world take responsibility. And I think if these 5 leaders would basically come out of this meeting or use the meeting to say, that they are taking the interest of mankind as a whole, that they are proposing to end an unjust system which did not allow the development of the developing countries, that they reconnect to what the intention of Franklin D. Roosevelt was with the Bretton Woods system, by increasing the living standard of every single person on the planet, because that is the basis for peace. If they would argue this case, I think the whole world would support them. As a matter of fact, we have a whole movement of the Schiller Institute, which we organized in previous conferences and which we intend to expand, of increasing the chorus of voices of people who are actually, demanding that the P-5 or, the big 4, Russia, China, and India, but right now the P-5 is the only concrete proposal on the agenda. They must address these issues. Where should the solution come from, if not from the most powerful countries in the world? And if these 5 leaders would formulate a program which would address the interest of everybody, this is the concept of the coincidence of opposites, that if you solve all the problems of the whole world at the same time by establishing a just new world economic order, allowing for the development of every country on this planet, then you can find the consensus of all countries. And that is actually what we are trying to accomplish with this conference.
Thank you, Helga. We're going to return to questions after we go back to our panel now, which is what we're going to do. Questions at schillerinstitute.org, and the panelists will be remaining to further the discussion then. We are going to now hear from Marco Zanni of Italy. He's the chairman of the Identity and Democracy faction of the European Parliament. And the speech is entitled, "Why the EU, European Union, Superstate Project is Doomed to Fail."
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much, particularly to the Schiller Institute, to having given me the opportunity to address such an important conference and such an important audience. Clearly, we are living particular times right now, in the sense that to the difficulties that the world, that the European Union were already experiencing before the COVID-19 crisis. This pandemic added up to make things even more complicated and even more harmful compared to the economic model that we decided to exploit, to follow since many years ago. So today I will try to give my perspectives from a member of the European Parliament and also an Italian politicians on what were happening before the pandemic, and especially rightly after the 2008 financial crisis that affected the entire world, and how the pandemic is shaping the world, and what we would need in the future to restore prosperity, growth, and multilateralism in the world. So I would start from the European perspective. You know that the European Union, and especially the Eurozone, after having been affected by the 2008 economic financial crisis that transformed into a sovereign debt crisis in the Eurozone, hasn't been able to recover completely from that crisis. So the Eurozone was struggling to recover the economic activities levels that we enjoyed before the 2008. And in trying to do this, we relied on bad rules, that is austerity, that affected the level of economic activities, and especially the level of investment in the European Union, and especially infrastructural investments that are at the historical low in the modern times in our European countries, and on the power of an incomplete central bank as the ECB is today. But unfortunately, that was the only game in the town. So the ECB, with monetary policies, with extraordinary and non-conventional monetary policies, trying to keep up, to save the whole European Union construction with its wrong economic model and development model. So we were, as I said, already experiencing slowing economic growth, historical low investment, especially in infrastructures, historical low levels of economic activities and industrial activities in some country. Very tough times in trying to fill the gap with other countries, with other developed countries in the world regarding, for example, investment in new technologies, in artificial intelligence, in fintech, in also new technologies that could help developing the world. And to this difficulty, the pandemic added up in January 2020, in 2020. We all experienced a huge drop in GDP, in our economic activities, and basically the whole world freezed up due to the COVID-19 crisis. We are today struggling to understand how we can recover from the huge hit that we experienced, that we are still experiencing, but also how to exploit this situation, this crisis, in order to review deeply the economic and development models on which modern economies were based, and on which modern economies relied during the past 20 years, and also how to transform the multilateralism, the multilateral institution that were created to support this system in order to make them more suitable for the real economy, for people, and for also a safe path of growth and of um, of wellness for our people and for our countries. This is not easy because the model we are coming from has disrupted our economies, has created divergences, and is relying on policies that are threatening even more the stabilities of our countries and the stability and the concept of national sovereignty. So, looking at what was wrong with our economic and developing model, looking at what the pandemic added to our difficulties, looking at the crisis of multilateralism based on speculative finance, based on speculative trade and not on real economy, I can look at a new way of development that should be based not on multilateralism, based on speculative finance, on banks, on derivatives, and on divergences between poor and rich people, on a multilateralism that is based on the concept of sovereign nations. So the first thing that we have to do to modify better or to make our economic and developing model better is to restate the centrality of the concept of sovereign nations, because win-win situation, win-win cooperation could be guaranteed only if we recognize the sovereignty of other countries and the fact that sovereign nations are the main pillar of modern democracies. Is not globalization based on speculative finance, but is multilateral cooperation based on sovereign nations. And to do this, we have to reshape the way in which we confronted in the past years. We know that in modern economies, the deep state try to prevent the rising or the renaissance of sovereign nations. They clearly prefer to base our developing model on globalization, uncontrolled globalization and finance. But that model brought us to a moment of crisis, because this financial uncontrolled financial freedom feeded financial bubbles. And in order to avoid the burst of those financial bubbles, central banks had to step in, feeding even more financial bubbles. So this system, the system that is supported by the elites around the world, by the deep state in a lot of developed countries, is harming very much the survivance of our economies. So we need to stop this. We need to reshape our multilateral institution. We need to make or create a new concept of sovereign states. We need to respect that, and we need to reshape our economic model, our developing model, on a multilateralism based on a sovereign nation. I think that what will happen in November in the United States will be fundamental in what will happen in the future, and in the fact that we could transform our system in the way that I'm talking about. So I think that what Mr. Trump did in the past has been really amazing, considering that he was opposed by the US deep state that doesn't want the peace in the world, doesn't want a system that is made of let's say, multilateral win-win cooperation. So if Mr. Trump will be able to secure a second mandate, I think that all the tensions that we have seen in the past between the United States, between the European Union, between China, between Russia, will be overcome, and this win-win multilateralism will be finally established. I think that that this will be the opportunity to put around the table all the world leaders, so US, European Union, Russia, China, Japan, developing economies, G20, in order to set the base for a new economic system that is no more based on speculative finance, no more based on too big to fail banks, no more based on derivatives, but is based on policies made for the real economy and policies made for reducing the gap between the richest people and the poorer people. We have seen this gap increasing in the past 20 years. And we need a system that will reduce quickly this gap, and a system that will invest deeply in infrastructures and new technologies. We really need this not only in economies that experienced dire times in terms of GDP, in terms of growth, such as my country, Italy, but also in supposed to be rich countries as Germany. The level of infrastructure in Germany is even more problematic than in Italy or in other European countries. The same for the United States. So we need a system that will create value for our people, for our citizens, for our companies, and not just for the bankers. So that's the system that I want. The pandemic give us the opportunity to reshape, to rethink our economic and developing model. We will be successful in restoring growth, in restoring prosperity to our countries and to our people, only if we understand that what we made in the past is wrong, feeded economic and financial bubbles, is threatening our system, is threatening our way of life. We have to switch to a system that is no more based on finance, on speculative finance, but on recognizable sovereign state that cooperates between them with a sort of win-win cooperation. That's the way we have to deal with the tremendous crisis that we are living today. Thank you very much again to my friend at the Schiller Institute. Thank you very much to your audience, and hope to see you soon in person in order to develop better our ideas for a better world made of sovereign nations cooperating together. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zani. The next three presentations are in one sense of a piece, and by way of introducing them, I want to say a few words. Some will remember the 1962 novel, 7 Days in May, written by Charles Bailey and Fletcher Neville, which talked about a military coup in the United States. That it featured in particular a colonel who decided to make sure that he spoke out despite various pressures against him, and mobilized on behalf of a president that in that particular case he didn't happen to support. It was made into a film somewhat later at the request of President Kennedy, who was very concerned about certain problems that he found that he had. What we are going to hear now is three individuals. First, Colonel Richard Black, USA retired, former head of the Army's Criminal Law Division at the Pentagon, former state senator also in Virginia. He will be followed by Kirk Wiebe, who is a senior analyst, former senior analyst of NSA. And then that will be followed by William Binney, who many of you know, of course, was a former technical director of the National Security Agency. And he has been one of the most well-known and outspoken persons to expose the forms of corruption at NSA. Now, the topic that Senator Black has picked is, do we risk a military coup? And that will be followed by Mr. Wiebe and Mr. Binney, who will be saying some things that will shock some of you. I ask that you take into consideration what you're about to hear in the context of what you have heard so far. And when we get to the questions and answers section, we will elaborate further. So we will begin with Colonel Richard Black.
I'm pleased to be with you today. My topic is, do we risk a military coup? By way of background, let me just say that I'm Colonel Richard H. Black, retired. I was a career judge advocate officer and former chief of the Army Criminal Law Division, Office of the Judge Advocate General at the Pentagon. I played a key role in deploying the 7th Infantry Division to quell the 1992 LA riots. Let me give you a little background to start with. The Insurrection Act is among the most fundamental of all federal laws. First enacted in 1807, it has been used repeatedly to carry out government's most elemental responsibility, that of ensuring domestic tranquility. The preamble to the Constitution lists the task of ensuring domestic tranquility among the 5 purposes for which the Constitution of the United States was created. Nothing is more vital than protecting the physical safety of Americans. Military officials are sworn to defend the nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic. On June the 4th, 2020, the prominent publication Foreign Policy published a morning brief entitled "Generals Denounce Trump's Protest Crackdown Plan." The brief critiqued the president's threat to invoke the Insurrection Act and subtly disparaged its relevance as a 2-century-old law. But the law empowering the president to quell unrest using military force has been invoked 22 times since its first use in 1808. Presidents Thomas Jefferson, Andrew Jackson, Ulysses Grant, Rutherford Hayes, Grover Cleveland, Woodrow Wilson, Herbert Hoover, Franklin Roosevelt, Dwight Eisenhower, John Kennedy, Lyndon Johnson, and George H.W. Bush have each invoked the Insurrection Act to do such things as stop riots, enforce desegregation orders, and military disturbances, and to quell labor disputes. Defense One, a military online publication, reported that 2 retired lieutenant colonels, John Nagel and Paul Yingling, have written an open letter to General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, urging him to employ military force to remove the President of the United States if he does not leave office on January 20th, 2021. They wrote, if Donald Trump refuses to leave office at the expiration of his constitutional term, the United States military must remove him by force, and you must give that order. Now, it should go without saying that it is impermissible for retired officers to urge a coup to overthrow the government of the United States. And since President Trump has never hinted that he would not follow the constitutional plan for succession of power, It is doubly disturbing that their call for military insurrection is based on fanciful conjecture about what the president might or might not do under various scenarios. The idea of a military takeover has been percolating for some time. As early as August 18, 2020, Defense One had published an article by Thomas Crosby entitled 6 Scenarios for Military Intervention After January 20th. After discussing the rather implausible scenarios, its author stated, "Coups are nasty things, and discussing them in the American context is deeply distasteful. Nevertheless, facing those scenarios may help us understand the real dynamics general and flag officers will be forced to navigate in the coming months." The author appears to suggest that the generals must begin to contemplate overthrowing the president on or after January 20th, 2021, if the situation warrants doing so. Now, that lieutenant colonel's letter might be dismissed as delusional. However, other factors, including its prominent placement in Defense One, suggest that others are acting in concert to undermine the authority of the president as commander-in-chief of the armed forces. The military, quite frankly, is becoming dangerously politicized. General James Mattis is the former Secretary of Defense who resigned in 2018 in a successful effort to block the president from withdrawing troops from Syria. On June 3rd, 2020, he issued a frightening denunciation of the president. After praising the rioters for their wholesome and unifying demands, he denounced the president in scathing terms. And he said, "We are witnessing the consequences of 3 years without mature leadership." He said, "We can unite without him," drawing on the strengths inherent in our civil society. During the week of June the 7th, 2020, retired General Colin Powell led other retired military leaders in blasting the commander-in-chief. Powell praised those officers who had spoken out against the president in recent days. General Powell echoed General Mattis's denunciations of the president, saying that he agreed that Trump is the first president in his lifetime who is not trying to unite the country. As an aside, I would point out that it was General Colin Powell who famously waved a test tube mimicking sarin gas, deceitfully urging the UN to support the invasion of Iraq. His guile and deception led to the 2003 invasion of Iraq and the killing of 2 million innocent people. In a veiled swipe at the American electorate, retired Marine General John Kelly said, "I think we need to look harder at who we elect." Retired Marine Corps General John Allen arrogantly claimed, "Donald Trump isn't religious. He has no need for religion and doesn't care about the devout, except insofar as they serve his political needs." The declarations of these military officials appear calculated to undermine the president's authority to quell domestic disturbances. By suggesting that invoking the Insurrection Act is illicit, and by downplaying widespread urban terror, these officials have placed their imprimatur on the violent criminal behavior. Article 88 of the Uniform Code of Military Justice prohibits retired officers from using contemptuous words against the President of the United States. it is difficult to justify legally many of these officers' comments. In some instances, the contemptuousness toward the president appears to violate criminal law. Taken together, the coordinated release of scathing remarks by senior officials, coupled with publication of a letter advocating a military coup, suggests a deep sickness within the Pentagon and within our constitutional structure. To my knowledge, neither the Secretary of Defense nor the service chiefs have taken action against the widely publicized talk of military insurrection. General Milley should refer the colonel's letter to the legal counsel for the Joint Chiefs to determine whether its publication violates the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Beyond that, Secretary of Defense Mark Esper has an obligation to issue a grave warning against officers, both active and retired, who seek to overthrow the President of the United States using armed force. Those retired officers who have published contemptuous words against the President of the United States should be issued permanent letters of reprimand, cautioning against criminal violations of Article 88 UCMJ. They should be reminded that Article 88 applies to retired officers and that the law was enacted because undermining the authority of the Commander-in-Chief presents a clear and present danger to the survival of our republic. The Department of Defense must act resolutely to restore public confidence. Americans deserve assurance that our nation will not be overthrown by a military cabal.
Recent court decisions have revealed that the National Security Agency, one of the most secretive agencies in the world, in fact, illegally spied on American citizens, as had been contended by Edward Snowden. And in a communication, a tweet that was published by Snowden a couple days ago, he said, 7 years ago, as the news declared I was being charged as a criminal for speaking the truth, I never imagined that I would live to see our courts condemn the NSA's activities as unlawful, and in the same ruling, credit me for exposing them. And yet that day has arrived. Well, he's talking about 2013, but it was in 2001 that Snowden's ancestors attempted to do the same thing without having to resort to the means that Snowden felt he had to use. What you're about to hear will in part shock you. It will hopefully spur you into action. You're going to be hearing from two members of a team, which was called the Thin Thread Team. And they will describe who they are. We will first hear from Kirk Wiebe, and he will say a few things, which you'll hear, and then you'll be hearing from William Binney.
For most of my time at NSA from 1975 until we walked out of the building on Halloween Day 2001, I was involved in very interesting work. I used my language, a lot of it doing what we call transcription, which is rendering Russian speech into printed Russian or transliterated Russian for analysis by others. And then after putting a good stint in the transcription area, I did some staff work on Five Eyes partnerships. The Five Eyes meaning NSA, Canada, CSE, it's called, GCHQ of the United Kingdom, New Zealand, and then Australia. Those are the Five Eyes that are have a particularly close partnership on intelligence matters. And then after that bit of staff work, I went into data collection and data processing, managing those things for analysts that were studying the Soviet Union. And that opened a whole lot of other channels in terms of experience, collection of data, different types of collection, different types of data, and all the processing requirements to go through the technical capabilities against various kinds of signals. And then I actually was selected to move into analysis and headed up a top priority requirement that came down from President Reagan called National Security Decision Directive number 178, which had to do with strategic relocatable targets, which is really a technology that you use to confuse targeting efforts by an enemy. In other words, rather than having stationary headquarters, you put your headquarters in mobile kinds of vehicles and things of that nature, maybe on a train, maybe on a plane. And so the whole issue of strategic relocatable targets, including missiles put on trains and vehicles, was the subject that I eventually got awarded the second highest award that NSA confers, the Meritorious Civilian Service Award. Also received the Director of Central Intelligence's Meritorious Unit Award, recognizing my whole branch at NSA of about 70 people for their work on that topic. And after that, I went into some other types of staff functions associated with higher management. And it was about that time that Bill Binney bent my ear and said, why don't you come down to our little research center? And that's where I knew who Bill was, but I didn't know what he was doing at the time. So I went down and saw what they were doing. And to me, it was NSA's future, because they were dealing no longer with channel switch networks, radio frequency based networks, but packet switched networks. In other words, the internet, TCP/IP. And what did that mean for NSA's future in terms of a source of information, its breadth, what were the implications technologically, and so forth. So my last assignment was working with Bill on that particular vexing problem. I say vexing because the three issues with the internet are velocity of data. It's fast, it runs along a wire, speed of light. The variety of data, a lot of different types of applications and uses, and the volume, huge volume, especially as the internet grew globally. And I'd hate to estimate, but there's probably 60 terabytes generated every minute in terms of global data. So anyway, that was really fun, but our solution that we developed, that a lot of people have heard of, is called Thin Thread, flew in the face of NSA's intentions to get a big budget from Congress and spend big dollars on the military-industrial complex. And it's a problem that we solve for, a few $100,000 or at least no more than $1 million or $2 million. And NSA wanted a $4 billion budget to solve the problem. So our little solution was squashed in favor of big project mode that failed 5 years later under the Director's Trailblazer program. At that point, Bill and I and Ed Loomis walked out of the building on October, right after 9/11, because we were heartbroken that our little solution that was very effective and efficient had not been put into the fight against terror. And we saw the result. Am I 100% sure Thin Thread would have prevented 9/11? Yeah, I am. We knew what to target. We knew where the sources were, what we needed to target. And to be honest with you, if you ask Tom Drake, another one of the NSA whistleblowers that came later, he'll tell you that after we left, he found 9/11 information in NSA's database that predicted the event. He also told us that an analyst at NSA, a group, not just one, but a small team, already knew that 9/11 was going to happen and was going to put out a report, but was prevented from doing so by the director of NSA, Michael V. Hayden. I wish I could tell you why. I have lots of guesses, but that's a topic for another day. Thin Thread began in a small research organization of about 12 people as an experiment. Whenever you have a technical problem to solve, you get some good people together and you talk about ways to try to attack it, and you have a bunch of failures, and then you begin to succeed in small steps. And so we advanced our understanding of how to go after the internet as a source of intelligence. And like I said, there were three main issues we had to solve. There's the velocity. This stuff's moving along a wire at real time. And there's a lot of variety in it. There's some text, there's some speech, there's some video, there's some this and that, and different layers of the internet involved, the 7 OSI layers. Which one of those layers is important for intel? Which ones aren't so much? Especially when you have small dollars and you're trying to make a research breakthrough, where you're going to put those dollars against what in the internet? And then the volume of data is horrendous. So it's like trying to sip from a fire hose. How do you extract data intelligently and not inundate your database? So I think what they did in the SIGINT Automated Research Center, SARC, we called it, was absolutely amazing. Thin Thread was essentially a method of extracting data from the internet in real time, or near real time. There was a slight buffering, and sort it. We couldn't collect communications of U.S. sources from U.S. persons, and so we had to understand the addressing system, the IP allocations, in order to build a filter that would shunt any data that was not to be surveilled because of the law and the rights of Americans under the Constitution, but allow other things that were fair game. In other words, all other communications other than US, all foreign communications, because that's NSA's charter, foreign intelligence. And then having collected this data, that's not enough. So now you got a bunch of data. You have to sort through it, organize it, and connect the dots where you can so that the greater picture is understood. And so the name Thin Thread is a little bit of a misnomer. And if you talk to the developer of Thin Thread, Ed Loomis, he'll tell you it's a direct misnomer. But because the press have picked up on this name, Bill and others have felt rather than go through the long explanation of how Thin Thread is different from the analytic back end. And there are other names for those programs that Bill developed. He just decided to settle on ThinThread because it was in the public and it wouldn't lead him down a potentially sensitive path where systems are still in use and you don't want the names of them in the public domain. So ThinThread is technically just the data grabber, if you will, and the data sorter in terms of what's legal and what's not, and the dictionary lookup, looking for topics in emails and or attachments that hit a list of keywords reflecting interests of analytics, interesting topics. And then putting those filters against this data stream to cull out the stuff worth looking at, and then putting those communications in a connect the dots system so that if Jose is talking to Dennis, you'll see the link between their two emails or their two phone calls or whatever it may be. You need to link things up so that you can understand an activity and see who's involved in it at any given moment in time. So that gives you a little bit of the flavor of ThinThread. And it was the initial breakthrough, though, in the ability to take a large chunk, a fairly large, I mean a reasonably large section of the internet and exploit it.
Guccifer 2 data that we looked at, we clearly showed the speeds of the downloads of that data to a thumb drive were possible, but it was not possible to send that data across the internet to Russia or anywhere else outside the United States, basically, or even inside the United States. There were a lot of places couldn't get it because they don't have these high-speed lines to carry that kind of rate transfer. So, and we proved that. Not only did we show that the speeds that were involved, but we also showed that you couldn't do it. We tried to do our transfer from Albania, from Netherlands, from the UK, and the further east we got, the less speed we got. The lower speeds, we couldn't achieve the higher speeds going further east. It went down. So, but after that, also we looked at the data that Guccifer 2 published, both on the 15th of June, the 5th of July, and the 1st of September. The two files he published on the 1st of September and the 5th of July of 2016, if you look at them and only looked at minutes, seconds, and milliseconds, you could shuffle them together like a deck of cards without conflict. That says the guy is playing a game with the data. That he did one download, split it into two files, did a range change on the date and a range change on the hour, because he couldn't do it on the minutes because it crossed many minutes. And he couldn't do it on the seconds or milliseconds because there's many of those. So he could only do a range change on the date and the hour, which is apparently what he did because those two files merge into one. That said to us that he was playing with the data. And then on the 15th of June, he published articles, some articles showing that had Russian fingerprints in it. Well, our affiliates doing the research with us in the UK looked at that data and found that five of those files, they also found in the Podesta email documentation by WikiLeaks that was posted on, I think, the 21st of September. That was at least the times that they had it. So the point was those files that were in the WikiLeaks publication didn't have any Russian fingerprints. So that meant Guccifer 2 inserted those fingerprints. And then we went back to the Vault 7 material where the Vault 7 material said this program Marble Framework, which was a program that made it look like other countries did the hack when in fact the CIA did the hack. Well, they were able to mimic or make it look like the Russians, the Chinese, the North Koreans, the Iranians, or Arabs did the attack, so that they could attack anybody and leave fingerprints, making it look like the someone else did it. So when you looked at it, that meant to us that Guccifer 2 was using some kind of program or some process to insert the that fingerprints into the data from the DNC. Now, in top of that, in the Vault 7 material, it said there that the Marble Framework program was used one time in 2016. Well, we think we found it. And that says to us all the evidence that we've been accumulating forensically from the outside is pointing back at CIA as the origin of Guccifer 2. So their entire allegation about you and the Russians and everybody has a false premise to start with, so that everything that they introduced or the reason they went after you and also General Flynn was what I think lawyers call fruit of the poison tree. They set it up, they manipulated it, they contrived it, and they executed it. And you and General Flynn and they tried to make us also put us in jail under the Espionage Act by fabricating evidence against us too. So, it's really, how can we ever trust the FBI until Barr and Durham really clean it up?
We Americans should be really concerned about the bulk acquisition of data by NSA and the Five Eyes and other countries around the world, because what it's doing is capturing everything that everybody's doing electronically in the world and tracking you wherever you are as you move around day by day, minute by minute, which means that they can retroactively analyze anything that you've done in the past at least 19 years. And this has been done before, and it's used against people to stop them from doing some things the government doesn't want. Like, for example, when Elliot Spitzer went against the bankers on Wall Street, trying to take them to court for defrauding people in the 2007-2008 financial crisis. They used that data to find something against him, to leverage him and get rid of him. So the point is that this data, when given to governments or people in general, sooner or later, the power they have, they use, and they use it against you. And there are ways to fix this. And the way to do it is to force them into doing a focused, disciplined, targeted approach, just like the police do when they're investigating a crime. Here, all they have to do is use the logic, deductive, inductive, and abductive logic, to look at people who are associated with or known to be bad people for whatever reason, criminal activity, or leaders of countries, or governments, or militaries, things of that nature, and focus on them and that 1 degree from them as the basis for that for the investigation of content as well as metadata. But then you need to look beyond that, the next degree, as long as you don't go through a company or a government agency, which would expand you into collecting massive numbers of people who aren't relevant to anything. And by doing this, what it will do is basically this approach would have found virtually all of the terrorist attacks and all of the criminal activity in before 9/11, for 9/11, and after 9/11. Still, it would work. And the problem now is they have so much data, and they're using dictionary select as a way of doing it, word searches, phrase searches, things like that. And when you go through the massive amounts of data they're collecting, it gets a ton of material dumped on people, and they can't see the threats coming, and they're dysfunctional at that point. So the attacks happen, people die, and then they clean up the mess afterwards, and then go in and look. Once they know who did it, they can look at all the data they've compiled on it. That's a forensics job. That's not an intelligence job. So the idea is, if you do that, and you also do things like inductive logic, where you're looking at people where they're visiting sites in the web. Are they looking at sites that advocate pedophilia, violence against the West, any kind of criminal activity? Then that's an indication that they are in what I call the zone of suspicion, and that's what people need to investigate to see if they are also involved. If they are, then they can develop information to justify a warrant based on probable cause behavior in the communities that they're involved, and you can solve this. And this would give privacy to everybody in the United States and around the world, and also create a rich environment for intelligence analysts and the police to look at, to solve problems and prevent attacks. So it's solvable. We can do that. All we have to do is force our government to abide by our Constitution and make them do a focused, disciplined, professional job.
We're now going to bring our panelists back up for discussion. We're going right back now to our question and answer period. We don't have absolutely everybody who was on before, but with us now are Jim Jatras, Kirk Wiebe, Bill Binney, Martin Seif, and of course, Helga Sepp-LaRouche. Is Colonel Black there? Yes. He is there. Okay, fine. I don't see him on my screen. And of course, Diane Sayers there as well. I'll only indicate for people who might have tuned in the middle of this or whatever. Clearly, the international implications of even discussing militarily removing the president of the United States, one wishes not to really have to ponder too long, but you have to ask a question about that. And so I'll just leave it at that, hanging in the air. And I guess I'll ask first because, as we did before, some of our panelists may have a response to what they've just seen. So I think I'll start with Martin Seif. He got a little short shrift of that earlier. So Martin, if you have something you'd like to say, any comment?
Thank you very much. I think what we've heard from the latest speakers, especially from Colonel Black, is extremely alarming, must be taken most seriously. There is a very alarming historical precedent that immediately leaps to mind to me, and that is the steps that were taken under President James Buchanan in 1860, to his everlasting shame, that expedited the secession of the southern states and the beginning of the Civil War. On that occasion, too, there is a parallel with now. We saw the open attempts to influence and seduce serving senior officers of the United States Army and to follow secessionist states and the eventual Confederacy, and large numbers of them did so. And the result was a national catastrophe. And I do think that the alarming scenario that Colonel Black in particular has documented needs to be understood in similar terms. But the media sits on it. There appears to be no way through the conventional media to alert the American people to this imminent danger. And I think it must be taken most seriously.
Thank you. Mr. Jatras, you have anything you'd like to say at this point? I think you're muted. Yes.
Yes, we hear more and more of the various scenarios that may ensue in November, none of which look particularly appetizing. But one is something along the lines of what we saw in the last congressional election, particularly in California, in Orange County, where a number of wins were scored for the Republicans on election night, and then in subsequent days and weeks flipped over to the Democratic camp because of absentee and late voting and all these other things that we're seeing more and more of, especially with mail-in voting justified supposedly by the virus. I think there's a very real danger that we could get to a situation on November 3rd where we think possibly we have a winner, possibly it's Trump, but then it turns out not to be. And we have something like the year 2000 on steroids, where we really don't have any idea who the real winner is, and possibly even competing inauguration. That's when I think we have a real danger of the kind of unconstitutionality to remove Trump, because there is this ambiguous circumstance that has been created, perhaps deliberately created, in order to facilitate that. It should be of great alarm to me, to everybody, I think, that so much of the resistance to Trump has been generated from inside the bowels of the bureaucracy and the establishment itself, including the military establishment, the so-called steady state, as even its partisans like to describe it. And let's remember, in line with our earlier discussion today, this is the very establishment that wants to keep pursuing these very confrontational policies with Russia and China, and to avoid doing the constructive things all of us have been advocating in this discussion. So I think we're facing a real possibility of a showdown of some sort in the fall.
Helga, I'd like to ask if you have both something to say or any questions for anybody on the panel at this point.
Well, I think that the danger of a constitutional crisis come early November is clearly there, also in light of Hillary Clinton saying that Biden should under no circumstances concede. Nancy Pelosi, I think, said similar things. Biden himself also. So, the danger around the ballot controversy, it's clearly there. So if you think what can be possibly done to unrail something which could, really get us into a incredible danger, where what Senator Black said, it needs to be not excluded. It seems to me that apart from what we were discussing earlier in terms of the P-5 changing the dynamic in terms of replacing the geopolitical confrontation with a win-win cooperation, at least as a declaration of intent. The other second major thing which I think could be done to change this present course of action would be if Attorney General Barr would finally publish the result of the different investigations, including the Durham investigation. I think the big elephant in the room is the fact that it was British intelligence, including former head of MI6, Sir Dearlove, Richard Dearlove, the Christopher Steele story, the whole collusion of parts of the intelligence apparatus in the United States with the British intelligence involved in a coup attempt against President Trump, that if that would be published before the election, I think, that would really, clear the way and reestablish, the United States as a republic. So my question is, to the other panelists, what do you think from your area of expertise, what can be done to further that, to get Barr to publish these things? Because I think that would really put the cat among the mice.
Well, are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes, we are.
I'm not sure that I'm prepared to exactly answer Helga's question, but let me say, here's what's unfolding right now. The military has taken a very concerted view that they're diminishing the president's ability to use the Insurrection Act to maintain order. They're also preparing for a possible military coup and to take action and physically to remove the president if they dislike the way that things occur after January 20th. Now, what gets to be problematic is that a number of Democrat states have instituted this mail-in voting. The problem with mail-in voting is it has a long, storied history of misuse and failure and fraud. Back when Lyndon Johnson was first running for U.S. Senate, he had lost the race, and then a couple of weeks went by, and suddenly from one of his areas, they emerged with something that was called Magic Box 13. Back then, all of the ballots were handwritten, and when the Republicans went to federal court, the judge looked at it. He saw that every single ballot was written in the same handwriting using the same pen, so it was obviously illegitimate. He threw them all out. The Democrats then went to Abe Fortas on the Supreme Court, who was friendly to their cause. He blocked the whole thing, and as a consequence, Lyndon Johnson became the senator from Texas, and eventually rose on to cause tremendous bloodshed in Vietnam and so forth. So there is a long history of voter fraud. We know what happened with the JFK versus Nixon election, the first election, how Mayor Daley came in. He brought in a bunch of fake votes that tipped the election. So this is not a new thing. And what I envisioned happening is that Trump might very well win a very sweeping victory on November 3rd. But Hillary Clinton is saying, don't accept that. Don't concede, because we can take these ballots that are being distributed by the tens of thousands, and we can create as many votes as you need to win. I don't know what we do. I mean, this is extraordinarily dangerous. It's never happened before. It will be, an example of clear fraud that I think should be fairly obvious to the public. It's going to be a dangerous time that we're going to pass through. And I think it's just important that the people be informed of what's about to happen. And the fact that it is being backed up by potential military force and the ability to implement a violent coup if necessary. I should say maybe not violent, a forceful coup is potentially a very genuine threat to the future of the constitutional experiment and the Republic of the United States.
All right. Any follow-up? Yeah, Kirk, see you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have to replace the existing system. I don't mean in terms of government process. I'm talking about the terrible state of the election software, hardware, and the voting machines, the way the systems count votes, the way they report votes. That whole process from voter registration and cleanup and validation of those who have the legal right to vote, right on through the tallying and the reporting. It's a mess. It's a mess because it's not under the purview of the federal government to fix all that. The Constitution was written to keep the power of voting within the 50 state or various states. So we have 50 secretaries of state responsible for the election processes within their state. How do you get 50 people together in a room, or the representatives, and say, let's reinvent the voting process to provide security, validation of those voting, and the count? And let's not stick it on the internet in a stupid way where people can play with it, hack into it, and so forth and so on. Bill and I sent letters to 50 secretaries, all 50, about a month ago, saying we can help you fix your voting process. We didn't get one response. Not one. In fact, I would tell you, Bill and I have been thinking for over a year and a half on ways to improve, not the whole system, because even with a year and a half's notice, there's a lot of work to be done across 50 states. But there are a few prudent things we could have done. We could have helped a few key states, battleground states, verify their registration rolls using database comparisons and straighten that out. But we could find no one willing to fund or take on this project. And we found no way to communicate with anyone at the federal level who might help grease the skids politically and or financially. We know the Senate threw money at the states. I think recently 200 million. Now that's not a lot of money, but it should be a good amount to do something effective. It didn't do anything for 2020. So we got a problem, Houston. It begins in the 50 states, and we need a willing, well-intentioned group of people to get into a room and do what most people do, figure it out and move forward, or we're going to be right back in this problem in 2024.
Yes. Bill, you seem to be animated. Did you like to say something?
No, I just agree with everything that Kirk said. I was very disappointed in the lack of response on our proposal to the secretaries of states of all the 50 states. It just says that whatever they're doing, they don't appear to be serious about it. I mean, they seem to be in a hodgepodge. I mean, it's hard to understand how anybody, unless you control the devices or the software running on the devices, it's hard to understand how anybody could influence the election other than, being able to act through through that hardware or the software. In other words, there's some implants in it to make the outcome a certain way. Other than that, I don't see anybody being able to hack anything in the election in our country.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Because there's 50 different versions, and they're all doing different things slightly,
All right. So, all right. We're good. I think I got everybody. So Diane, I think you've got some questions.
Yes. Can I be heard?
We can hear you.
Yes.
All right. So this one comes in from New York. The person writes, given that over the past 30 years, it has become blatantly obvious that any time regime change in the form of colored revolution, the modern form of Western hybrid warfare or otherwise, is undertaken to remove a sovereign leader of a country anywhere on the globe under the guise of democracy, the legitimate leader is invariably replaced by an Anglo-neoliberal proxy who invariably leads the country into increased poverty, drug dependence, a total destruction of any real existing physical economy, and complete pessimism, cynicism, and increased death, demoralization, and destruction of the population. Given this outcome, which has been borne out dozens of times in the preceding decades, and especially since 1995, I have the following questions. A, how exactly is a color revolution organized in a targeted country? B, what factors mark a targeted country for regime change by this Anglo-British axis? C, given the resulting and intended destruction and enslavement of nations through these means, how is it not obvious to everyone on the globe as to these warfare tactics being deployed, and how does a nation best fight back? This is extremely relevant to what we are seeing unfold in Belarus in the present and the actions long attempted versus Russia and China. And I myself would add also in the United States right now.
So who's the question for, Diane? Yeah.
He says anyone on the panel who cares to answer it.
Okay. All right, Jack just has his hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll give it a stab to start with. I mean, I think the methodology is well set out in Gene Sharp's book. I can't remember the exact title, but it has all of the mechanisms involved in terms of mobilizing people on the street, making it look as though it's the police that are responding with violence rather than the so-called protesters. You create a narrative which is then picked up seamlessly by all the world media and by the governments that are behind the regime change plan. And of course, there will always be local abuses. There'll be things wrong in these societies that are used as pretexts and slogans in order to justify the regime change. You add to that the kind of threats that would be used against the target government that are going to be held responsible for various crimes. There will be sanctions imposed on the country. So there is a methodology to this, which, as the questioner points out, is well known. And it tends to work very well. How does the country protect themselves from that? To start with, get all these NGOs. If you're a foreign country, I'm not talking about here in the United States. Get all these NGOs out of your country. At least the Russians have done that. I don't think the Chinese allow that because these are simply breeding mechanisms for the eventual regime change operation.
Okay, I just wanted to indicate, I see we're getting questions in for various individuals, which I guess is good. I think the way we should probably proceed is I'll indicate those, but if someone else on the panel has a response, just put up your hand so I know you're eager to respond to this. This question is for Martin Seif. This is from Gerald from Oakland, California. I know Gerald, as do many of us. And he's asking a question, which is a general one, but it's directed, I think, particularly to you. He says,
Sure.
The reason can you discuss the Sir Kim Darroch affair? This is the British ambassador that got called to the United States, who got called back. The reason I think this is important is that while many think that the British are also rans who have no say in things anymore, Sir Kim Darroch and others did not agree with that. They actively sought to control President Trump and the United States by, quote, flooding the zone. That's this term that Darroch used, through media and personal influences over President Trump. Darroch was directly involved in the attempt of a regime change against the nation that was hosting him as an ambassador. Finally, even though he was unceremoniously booted out of the U.S., he got a raise back home and was made a member of the British House of Lords. Today, he is being interviewed in the British press, attacking Boris Johnson and Trump, showing that he has not a whiff of shame about what he did. In fact, he's still at it. So why do you downplay the British establishment role in the world?
I don't deny the British establishment role in the world. I am, after all, Irish. Having said that, I have been in Washington for 33 years, and your friend in Oakland has not. And what I have repeatedly seen during that period of time, as I said before, is the British are eager to get on board. There are certainly, and the City of London is an enthusiastic part of this neoliberal global consensus. The British people have suffered as much as the American people have from the catastrophic results of unlimited free trade and unregulated borders. They're equal victims in this. But when one looks at the British establishment, you do not see the American establishment eager to ape the British establishment. You do see the British political establishment, and I still see it to this day, and it is an increasing process. Margaret Thatcher was often independent of President Reagan, though they treated each other with great respect. She was the one who told Reagan, and I had access to the people who were privy to this information at the time, that Gorbachev was, quote, a man we could do business with to conduct arms control treaties and end states of tension in the Cold War. She was also very angry at Reagan and showed it openly when Reagan invaded Grenada. The British had consternation when one of Reagan's most influential cabinet members and a close influence on him, the late Jeane Kirkpatrick, supported Argentina against Britain in the Falklands War. So the relationship between Britain and the United States, A, is not seamless, and B, existentially, the British establishment and policymakers feel vastly more dependent on the United States than is the case the other way around. What I will add to this is the British establishment, and clearly this it's now revealed the intelligence establishment very much so, expected Clinton to win, was totally on board with the American deep state in 2016, would be totally on board here. But clearly we see Prime Minister Boris Johnson is not totally on board with them and is not regarded as fully trustworthy by them. So we have a subtle, complex picture here, but the role of the British establishment as players in this is very clear. And the one point I will add here is they're often at a tactical level criminally incompetent, which I suppose in some respects is a sign of encouragement. Because if you look at the Steele dossier, which was used so loudly and for so long as a supposed threat to discredit President Trump, it's childish. It's infantile. A 12-year-old child could not put together a more unconvincing or amateurish piece of work. And yet Steele, who put it together, was the head of the Russia section of the British Intelligence Service, a position of enormous sensitivity and responsibility, for at least 6 years. This is the kind of people they have running things. In a sense, there is hope, if you see what I mean, because incompetence creates vulnerabilities. So I do not look upon the British establishment as godlike, and I do not look upon them as telling the American establishment from a position of Olympian superiority what to do. That is simply not what we have systematically seen and observed and continue to see. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So would anyone like to say anything about that? Well, okay, we got Helga. We're going to go ladies first, and then we'll go to Colonel Black. Okay, you go ahead.
Well, I think that the problem of who wags the tail and who is the dog, I think that if you look at the long history of British imperial history in Africa, in the Middle East, in India, against China, there is no question that the British have a vast experience which they bring into play all the time. And if you look at where do certain campaigns originate, like, for example, the campaign against China being responsible for the spread of the virus, it clearly comes from the former heads of MI6, Dearlove and Thorson, both being former heads of the of the MI6. And I think that the apart from that, you can trace down where certain operations started, which in many times was with the British, including the white helmet operations, the false flag operations, getting President Trump to, even send a attack in the middle of the summit with President Xi Jinping in Mar-a-Lago. I mean, all of these things, come really from British origin. But apart from that, I think the thing to also consider is that the real British role is not just that it starts in Great Britain, but that the coup which was accomplished is that to win the American establishment over to go with the British Empire as a model. I think that is really the way to look at it. So when we say British, it is not necessarily always the physical British, it is a concept. The British Empire is not the British people. I agree, the British subjects are, very poor. They have terrible food. They eat blood pudding and similar things. It's really the, the method. It's the empire. It's the control of the financial system. The model of the central banks, the investment banks, the hedge funds, the insurance companies controlling the financial system. That is the British model as compared to the Hamiltonian American model. So I think we should really look at the British question as a concept, and whoever has sold out their soul to it is part of it.
Okay, I think we're going to go to Diane, but Colonel Black, you had your hand up. Did you?
Yes, I did. I kind of wanted to go back just a little bit to the question about these colored revolutions and how they are executed. The colored revolutions typically will begin, there'll be a planning process that precedes them, but then afterwards, there's often pressure to release various terrorists, very dangerous elements in the prisons, as kind of a show of goodwill. We saw this in Libya, where Gaddafi's government was asked to do a show of good faith. They released a number of Muslim Brotherhood terrorists in Benghazi. And then, of course, the CIA uses that to put together an uprising. And once the uprising begins and civil servants are being killed and so forth, then snipers are used to begin to fire. First, they'll kill a protester, then they'll kill a police officer, back and forth. Before long, both sides think that the other one is shooting at one another. And at that point, the media, the worldwide media, loads on and says that the legitimate government is out of control. They're causing all of this violence, and eventually they bring pressure. We in Libya, for example, we when finally the time came that the central government said, okay, we're going to send a fairly modest military force, we're going to crack down, we're going to stop the execution of civil servants. Then you had people within the Senate. John McCain was one of them. You had John Kerry on the other hand, and they were saying, okay, we've got to go in, we've got to stop this. We'll do a no-fly zone. And under the pretext of that, they commenced a massive bombing that destroyed hospitals, government centers, transportation networks, water centers, electrical power generation, destroyed everything. And at that point, they managed to raise up an army that eventually overthrew the country. We see this same general scenario used over and over again, where you start, there's always discontent in every country. There's discontent here, in Britain, everywhere you can name. But you start with those, you add to them these criminal elements that can be used as your street army. And then by funneling money through the CIA and other some of these billionaires who are interested, and they fund them, and it grows from there. So the color revolution has been used as a model repeatedly, and the fear is, and the concern is, that a color revolution may be coming here to the United States. This is something that I'm very deeply concerned about as a retired officer myself.
Okay, very good. We have about 20 minutes left in our discussion, and I'm going to go to Diane for a minute, see if she's got a question. So, Diane?
Okay, yes, there's several. Mr. Kortunov raised the importance of U.S.-Russian collaboration regarding nuclear terrorism. We know the Russians sent information to the United States before the Boston bomber, and the Russians recently thanked the U.S. for intelligence regarding, I think that was around New Year, potential attacks in Russia. However, Secretary of Defense William Perry, in his William J. Perry project, raised the danger of nuclear terrorism in the midst of social chaos. Dr. Perry's project produced a film called Bill Perry's Nuclear Nightmare. Do you think the current chaos in cities in the United States and the call to take down the police, who tend to be the first line of defense against terrorism, might create conditions for such attacks? And again, several people have asked the question about what can be done about this by people in the targeted nations, and I think otherwise.
Anyone in particular?
No. Respond, or maybe a few responses.
Yeah. Anybody like to take it?
Well, for one thing, people have got to come out in support of the police. If you want to know what to do, put up a sign in the back of your car that says, stop the looting, stop the arson, stop the murders, support your local police, or something like that. I mean, just to give you a very concrete example of something that an ordinary citizen can do, and then drive out in the morning traffic with it. You'll get some honks of agreement. You'll get some people flipping you the bird, but you're going to survive. Nobody's gonna kill you unless you happen to be going through Chicago or some of these other violent places. But take action. I run into people who are afraid. I mean, really good people, and they're afraid to do something. And we're not to the point yet where you have to be seriously afraid that something is going to happen, unless you're caught up in one of these BLM, Antifa, revolutionary lootings and burnings. Most people can drive a car out in the traffic, and it gets people's attention. If you put something in the back of your window that says I'm against all of this urban violence. People take note. They say, oh, you know, people are really starting to think about this. I'm just giving you one very practical example, but really, you know, political movements result when individuals think of something they can do. Maybe they can send out a mass email. Maybe they can, who knows? But it's kind of a free, politics is a free market type of thing. You think of something you can do, you go out and you take action. And between now and November, we better start doing a lot of individual actions and making things happen on our own.
I think what I'm going to do, Helga, you want to say something? Go ahead.
I'm not sure if I understood the question correctly. Was the question if the danger is of nuclear terrorism in the context of these riots? Was that the question?
Yes.
Well, I mean, that is a very difficult question to answer because, you know, obviously the whole issue of non-proliferation is, you know, very crucial, and therefore the policies, you know, the GPCOA is being supported still by practically everybody except the United States and the Dominican Republic, because the worry is that if it's canceled, then Iran has no incentive to go back to building nuclear weapons. And the same thing, in a certain sense, is true for North Korea. And you heard what Dr. Kotonov said. This is all the more important why the United States, Russia, China must cooperate on the real dangers, which is terrorism, nuclear terrorism being just one aspect of it. And that is why, you know, the military doctrines are really questionable in putting Russia and China as the biggest threat, when it is those countries with whom there should be collaboration on all kinds of threats, terrorism, the drug epidemic, and, you know, anything which is of that sort. So I think that the collaboration of these major countries on these issues is what needs to be put on the agenda all the more urgently.
Okay, I think what I'm going to do, I see Kirk, you have your hand up, but please let me do the following. I'm going to assign, since we're up on time, got about 11 minutes left, and everybody is certainly going to be able to answer, rather to have a final statement. But there's several questions. I'm going to have you all, various people, think about these, because everybody's got questions directed to them. For example, Colonel Black, we have a question which says, I think the information you provided against the prohibition in Article 88 of the Uniform Code of Military Justice of even retired military officers from undermining the authority of the president may come as a surprise to many, myself included. Historically, has it often been necessary to prosecute under those code provisions, or are we facing an unprecedented situation? What other tools, legal and otherwise, do we have in stopping a possible military coup? So that's the question for Colonel Black. Helga has a few. I'm going to wait for those. There's a question that's directed, I think, both to Mr. Jatras and Mr. Seif. Could any of the panelists say something about the recent Serbia-Kosovo agreements in coordination with President Trump as a template for future cooperation among other countries, emphasizing economic development to resolve problems? Okay, that's the basic question there. Mr. Binney has several. Let me see if I can get them. One was on my phone, excuse me. Somebody couldn't get through. Okay, Operation Mockingbird was a program of the CIA that began in the early years of the Cold War and attempted to manipulate news media for propaganda purposes. What role do intelligence services play in today's so-called mainstream media? Okay, that was the one that we have there. Just sort of trying to go, and I guess I'll come now to Helga, and if I've missed anybody, let me know. All right, so there's several here for you, Helga. This was a question from Germany. How can one manage to better educate? Well, this is actually for everybody. How can one manage to better educate the United States population about the condition in their own country? I think we're doing a fairly good job about that right now. also about the election manipulation. So actually, we've actually been covering this question. There's a question from Virginia for Helga. Well, it was originally for Dr. Lazansky, who's not with us. But do you have any thoughts respecting how we might approach fuller realization of Mrs. LaRouche's proposal for cultural elevation and exchange as a crucial aspect of turning our nations from the course of confrontation to a partnership in reaching for the stars? All right. And this is also for Colonel Black. This is related to the other question, which is how does the Insurrection Act classify domestic terrorism, and how does the Uniform Code of Military Justice shape the response of U.S. Officer Corps? I think I've covered all the ones I have. Is there anybody on the panel I've missed? Yeah, Kirk. Yeah, actually, sorry about that. But you also have your hand up anyway, so you already have in mind what you're going to say. So I'm not going to worry about you. This is something I want to make sure we ask, though, and Helga, you would have something on this, I think, because this question came in early and I've missed it, which is from Venezuela. I'm greeting you from Venezuela. Congratulations for your excellent participation in this very important conference. As you know, we are under a terrible economic sanction attack by the U.S. government. So I wonder what we can do to avoid these economic sanctions and break the chains to set free, as we want to be solving our own problems by ourselves. That's all we want, is respect for our nation and political decisions. What do you think we can do for success in this global economy? So having now done that, Kirk, I'm going to start with you, and we'll go from there.
Okay, my response deals with the issue of rogue nuclear weapons under the umbrella of terrorist activity. And my comment was this. This issue, with the imminent demise of the Soviet Union, there was a lot of concern here in the US and amongst the Department of Defense, of which both Bill and I were a part of at the time, about the disposition of Soviet nuclear weapons and what would happen under the autonomous rule of the various republics making up the Soviet Union. And so it was a lot of concern. And my thought is this: if there's anything any government keeps good track of, it's what it owns and possesses in terms of nuclear weapons. So the accounting for them is probably amongst the best of anything they do, probably better than counting their own population, precisely because of the danger nuclear weapons pose. And our concern was, well, what about the breakup of the Soviet Union? What's going to happen? I don't have a good feel for what really happened, but my sense is there was a pretty good accounting between us and the Russians on the disposition of nuclear weapons. So my sense is any nuclear weapon in rogue hands is worrisome, but I don't think that issue's widespread in terms of the greater picture.
Okay, very good. Let me also clarify, I didn't mean that when various people speak, you can't say anything else. It's just that we're up on time and we want to make sure we combine effects here. So, Mr. Jatras, how about we go to you?
Yes, very briefly, this little deal with Serbia and Kosovo is not a template for anything. This is just a brainchild of Richard Grenell, the outgoing ambassador from Germany to Germany, who simply was looking for kind of a poor man's Camp David photo op for Trump to say, oh, look, here's this great diplomatic achievement. This really doesn't amount to anything except further kicking the can down the road on what the status is of this pseudo-state Kosovo that was established by, let's be honest, NATO aggression in 1999. What the future brings is not going to be changed very much by this agreement one way or the other. It's another little feather in the cap of Israel to have two more embassies, one of which doesn't actually represent a country, moved to Jerusalem. Other than that, it's meaningless.
Okay, Mr. Seif.
I'd differ from Jim on important marginal aspects on this and fully agree with him on all the key points. It's a vanity move to make the administration look good. It's from what I can tell, and I've been looking at it quite closely, none of the US officials who are pushing this have any real knowledge of the region whatsoever, of its history, of its culture. Many of them are probably even totally ignorant of the NATO bombing campaign that artificially created Kosovo in the first place. Even the Prime Minister and the President of Kosovo and Serbia were pretty much at daggers drawn through the whole. It's a farce. It's an amusing farce if you look at it closely, but it cannot be taken, as Jim said, to be a template for anything.
Okay, very clear. Bill Binney.
Yeah. As far as the role of intel in media, I would simply say go back to Director of CIA Gates when he was said in, I think it was 1983. He said we have started to infiltrate the media, and you'll know we've succeeded in doing that once everything that's believed by the public in the United States is false. And I would also point out, if you simply look at the people who came from Intel, like Clapper and Brennan and so on, who are now populating the commenters on the media. So it's the mainstream media that's picking these people up. So what that really tells me is what they were the whole objective of infiltrating the media and getting them to say what they want, but what the people in the bureaucrats in government want, they've succeeded. They've done. We've had it. We are in that state now.
Okay. All right. Very good. Colonel Black.
Yes, you had two questions. Let me start with the first. Your listener was surprised that Article 88 applied to retired officers. Every officer, when he does out process to retire, is informed about the meaning and effect of Article 88. Now, there's nothing that prevents a retired officer from getting together with a group of friends and saying, "Oh, I think such and such is just the worst thing in the world. Personally, I think he's a dog." You can do that. The problem is when you publicly use contemptuous words towards the president. You can criticize policies. You can be very harsh. You can say, "I really oppose this particular policy or this action." It's when you use contemptuous words against the president. If you say, "He's a jerk," that's a contemptuous word. And so you have some gray areas, but I think it's pretty clear that some of these officers have gone over the board. The reason that it's so important for retired officers is that you take these retired 3- and 4-star officers, they really remain an integral part of the military establishment for many years after their retirement. So that's the story on Article 88. The other question was, how does the Insurrection Act define domestic terrorism? I'm not aware of the term domestic terrorism being actually used in the Insurrection Act. The Insurrection Act is a broad grant of authority from Congress to the president to recognize his ability to put down insurrections, uprisings, and that sort of thing. Typically, it's triggered by a request from the governor of a state who says, "Hey, look, I got a problem." This happened in 1992 in California with the LA riots, which had gone on for a long time, tremendous bloodshed and destruction. The governor requested, and then the president activated and sent the troops in. But I don't know that the term domestic terrorism, I could be wrong, there may have been an amendment I'm not aware of, but I don't think that term is actually used in the Insurrection Act.
Okay, thank you. And I think I've covered everybody, except if my co-moderator has anything she'd like to say at this point.
No, that's fine.
Okay. So Helga, this is pretty much, I think, our final statement. So you've got your questions there, and then you're going to be doing our summary statement, and then we're out of here. So go right ahead.
Well, concerning the sanction question, I think that, there are certain things which should really be outlawed under conditions of a pandemic. One of them is sanctions, because it is very clear that it deprives the country which is being hit with those of taking care of the urgent medical questions, to protect the population. I mean, sanctions should just stop while the pandemic is going as a principle. And those who are imposing it, like the U.S. Congress, which is quite, expensive with it, they should just also know that, all this discussion about human rights and democracy is becoming quite hollow around the world. And people recognize that there is a double standard of those who are using it. Otherwise, I think that, what I said earlier in my remarks, that the crisis we face is so fundamentally, all-inclusive, that I think that the principle of the coincidence of opposites, what Nikolaus of Cusa developed in the 15th century as a new method of thinking that the one is of a higher quality than the many, and that you have to think about the interest of mankind first before you think about any particular problem, and that you cannot hope to solve all these different problems at the same time, because we are in a systemic collapse. We are seeing the end of an epoch, and therefore you have to design some completely new paradigm. And then, the question, if the relations among the major powers, US, Russia, China, and others, if that is being put on a really human basis, then, such questions as sanctions are like the derivative which will disappear. So I can only reiterate that, if you want to solve any particular problem, help to solve the big one, because if we do not move humanity as a whole into a new paradigm, I'm afraid that all of those problems which were discussed today may actually, spin out of control, and we end up in a complete chaos of civilization.
All right, I want to thank everybody on the panel for being with us today. Helga Sepp-LaRouche, Andrei Kortunov, Dr. Edward Lazansky, Martin Seif, James Jatras, Marco Zani, Colonel Richard Black, Bill Binney, and Kirk Wiebe. I see somebody raising their hand. Oh, is that Helga? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I thought I had a concluding statement after that. Can I do that now?
Go ahead, now.
Yeah, because answering the question from Virginia about, how can we get people to look to the stars and elevate themselves above this present degraded culture. And I think this is really the most important question of all, because it is my absolute conviction that all policies, no matter what they are, flow out of the image of man which the people have. If you have a degraded image of man, or you think, that only some people are belonging to an elite and others are like cattle who can be diminished, like the helots in Sparta or the slaves in Rome, then that image of man dictates every aspect of your policy. So therefore, I think that we absolutely need, in combination with this P-5 or four major power summit, no matter which, but we need a summit. What has to be included absolutely is a renaissance of classical culture. This is very important, because and I mentioned this already, but I know a lot of Afro-Americans think that she is a great star, this Cardi B. But for me, this is the absolute incarnation of slavery, of accepting a degraded state of mind. And, I mean, what we need instead is, and I know people are very peculiar about their taste of music, but we are in the year of Beethoven. And if you compare that kind of music with the absolute elevating, ennobling spirit of Beethoven and many other classical composers, it should be so obvious that if mankind does not elevate itself now out of this present condition by going back to the greatest traditions of each culture, I don't think we will make it. On the other side, this great culture is absolutely available. And, we will hear tomorrow a beautiful performance of that music. And I would like people to reflect, that I absolutely think that we will not solve this problem if we don't change the way how people think. And I agree with Friedrich Schiller, and that's why the Schiller Institute is named after him, that it does require great classical art to affect the aesthetical education, the moral ennoblement of people. And I can tell you, if you look at the present contemporary people, if we do not improve them morally, I don't think we have a chance better than a snowflake in hell to come out of this crisis. So the question of a cultural renaissance is sort of the absolute precondition to solve all of these crises.
Okay, so we have now concluded. I'd like to just say something to everybody who's watching, both internationally and nationally here in the United States. You see what we've just put together. I think people, after you get a chance to think about what you've actually just heard today, recognize that this is a highly unusual gathering. Matter of fact, I'm not sure that anyone else in the world is doing anything like this at the moment. This symposium and the ones that will be happening both this afternoon and then 2 tomorrow are the product of the Schiller Institute as an organization, as an association. The concept is, and it's already been said here, a coincidence of opposites, bringing together people and having a symposium, being able to actually talk and discuss great ideas or important crises from the standpoint of the depth of history and also from the standpoint of the depth of experience, both of the participants, but also by those people who are also questioning, bringing in questions during the actual discussion. This is intended to provoke something which we want you to help us do during the day today and tomorrow. You should join the Schiller Institute. There's a sustaining membership that you can get. We of course need and appreciate money and contributions, things like that. We're absolutely, that's actually a very important element of what we're doing. But more importantly, in terms of today, in terms of now, get out the word about what it is you're hearing, you heard here today, and have people tune into the conference, which will continue. Our second panel is actually going to begin in about an hour. That panel is called The Role of Science in Creating Mankind's Future. So it'll be starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And then tomorrow on Sunday, we have 2 panels. Panel 3, the conference, The Belt and Road Initiative Becomes the World Land Bridge. Franklin Delano Roosevelt's Unfinished Business. That will happen 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. And then panel 4, Building Trust in International Relations, the Role of Classical Culture and Combining and Combating World Famine. So that's the title for that one. That's panel 4. That's at 3 p.m. tomorrow. So 2 panels tomorrow and 1 panel this afternoon. So we thank you, and we'll see you in about an hour.
I want to thank you all for tuning in to the Schiller Institute podcast. Again, this completes panel 1 of today's discussion. I truly enjoyed it. I hope you did as well. And so the next panel will begin later on today. I have the link to the actual Schiller Institute. We will not be doing the simulcast for the second portion of today's presentation. But again, you can jump over to the schillerinstitute.com where you can get all the information on how to do that. And then once again, if you're listening via the Gadfly multi-channel network, I want to thank you for tuning in. Please visit our site, thegadfly.vhx.tv. Again, the contributors, Jim Willey, London Paul, Ken Shortgun Jr., and you can start a 30-day free membership. Basically, it'll give you 30 days for free, and then it's $10 a month or $100 a year. And then we also do have a couple different social platforms that we are operating on, which is the Twitter is at thegadfly.mcn. And then also our Facebook page, which is at the Gadfly. Also want to thank our existing subscribers. Thank you so much for supporting our work that we do here at the Gadfly Multi-Channel Network. Without your support, we would not be doing this. So everyone have a great day and take care and stay strong. Thank you.